Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? We're going live at 9 in the morning on a Wednesday. It's 68 degrees in my house, and it's February 4th. 2/4/26. That's a February 4th, 2026, and it's a Wednesday. Good morning, guys. It's Wednesday at 9 in the morning. I played like 3 or 4 hours of Barony last night and got very, very drunk on 8 beers. And I went to the dispensary and stuff because it was the first of the month, and then played Barony with Begon for like 4 hours, and then talked about politics for 3 hours or something like that in our lives. Then what else? I was sleeping. I got to bed after Overwatch last night or whatever it was. I was sleeping, and at 7 in the morning, my mother called me for no reason. Just, she woke up, had her phone call me at 7 in the morning, and then she went back to sleep. I really don't know why. And then, yeah, and I hope she's not mad at me because I missed phone calls yesterday. And I don't know how I missed them. My phone fucking did not ring. My phone did not ring, which is just fucking crazy. That's the first time in a long time. But yeah, I missed two call. No, I missed the call yesterday, but I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so today I'll be playing some Mortal and some Eve, and I signed up for 3 months so the Eve would continue to be Omega today, and I got 200 plex, which is cool. And getting on the Mortal, I'm going to drop it off the big face here in just a second. Scene, activate, and there we go. And getting on Mortal at the moment. Go do some dailies maybe if everything's going okay. Gonna get on the Eve Online and take a look at ice belts. This frame rate seems to be in the toilet for some reason, and we don't know why. Why is this frame rate suddenly in the toilet? I'm not even outside. The fuck's going on, man? This is running well, but you're not running well. What is that? What is the frames right now? 15. Why? Some kind of memory leak or what? I'm just gonna restart, I guess. I don't know. Try again. Let's go. Oh no, I guess I will take a look at dailies. I'll turn on the sound since I don't have to worry right away. Oops. 40. Outlaw. I don't know about Outlaw. Outlaws are not easy to find. I'll take the quest, but outlaws are not very easy to find. I don't know. Maybe it'll take me to some place with outlaws. I don't know. Mountain Spider. Bandit Bowman. I'll take outlaws if it'll steer me to it. Will you steer me to some outlaws? Yes. 600 meters. Are you sure there's outlaws 600 meters that way? I guess there must be a camp, huh? What else? We have a... Oh, did I get a point yesterday? No, I didn't. No coal chunk. And... Snapping turtle's no good either. So, yeah, not too good. The dailies aren't too good. gather carrots. I just was gonna eat some. No, these frames are fucking terrible for some reason, and I don't know why. Why are these frames this bad? Just turn off the DLSS, maybe. This game is running like there's 5 clients open, and I don't really understand that. Why is this game acting like this? Why am I in 20 frames? Undock or whatever. Does that fix it? Why am I getting 2 frames? Why am I getting 2 frames? It doesn't really make sense. Exit. That was it, I think. No, was that it? I don't know. Yeah, that was part of it. Yeah, that Blizzard launcher. Yeah. Well, gonna jump out and put band-aids away. These are back. Okay, basic spell book, mountain spiders, and outlaws. I will go mute the sound and go to work chopping tree. While I make more money to unlock my chart. And it's 500 gold a fucking pop, so... Whitewood, I mean, I don't care, I'll take it all. Yeah. And you are running a little better, but you're not running well at all. You're running in 16 frames or something, and I don't really understand that. Why are we running in 16 frames? There, you fixed. Suddenly you just fixed. It was some kind of leak or something. I don't know what the fuck that was. Some kind of thing? I don't know. Go back to Zess or whatever. It wasn't the Zess. It was just Eve. Look, it was Eve. Something happened. Now I'm solid. Fucking, I have no idea. Well, at least it's better. Gonna go look at ice belts. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're way out here in Mitsolin. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, I should probably take the ice with me, huh? I guess we're going to Kiskoken. Or, well, let's see if Joe Tannen goes through something nasty. It does. So take me to Kiskoken. Oh, no, I have lowest route, huh? Prefer safer for Kiskoken. I would like to avoid Oruhunan. Can I take some other things or whatever? Avoid Mara. No. So... manage the route. Do not avoid Mara or Aruhunan. The Kiskoken isn't going to work. We'll go take a look. People have been mining ice already today. Jotanen and Silen. Silen is viable. We'll go to Silen, I think. Let's see if Silen's actually viable, but I think it is. Structures, Silen, the shack. I don't know. Can you show me what services this thing has? It has gas decompression efficiency, bonus to refining yield, but it doesn't have services, right? Docking, fitting, repair shop. But I don't think that's a viable system, actually. Maybe I can't mine ice today. And I'll go to faction warfare. Yeah, wow, they mined out these belts fucking fast, so I don't know. Let's go to Silent just to see if it's viable.
Autopilot engaged.
I guess. It's 14 jumps, which is crazy, but oh no, wait, stop.
Autopilot disabled.
Gotta check and see if...
Docking request accepted.
I have the ore on me that I mined last night. Compressed white glaze. 85 million in nitrogen isotopes. And I have 450 M. Yeah, so undock.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay. Now, you stop chopping. I guess, yeah, just keep chopping. Or I'm going to
Warping
move
to
trees
Stargate.
because I don't need to
Warp
stay on
drive
that tree.
active.
Oh, did I sell those LSIs? No, which is frankly really annoying. Maybe I should go back to Jita. We'll see if Silent's viable. If it's not, I'll just go to Jita to place LSIs. I'll probably just destroy and come back and pick up my retriever later. Go to, I don't know. Leaving it in Silent is probably not a good idea. I'll probably just take it to Jita. Who cares? I should probably not go to Silent. It's probably too far.
Approaching Stargate.
And then when I get there, I'm not even sure I can compress glaze. So I think I probably will go to Jita and do other things. Changed my mind here. We're going a different direction. Captain's orders. About face. We're going back where we came from. Go take us home. Home to port, you know? Only 3 jumps, which is good. That's real good. So, what else now? I'm not playing you, so I'm going to take you off the bar. Let's go see what Steam looks like today. I have got all the things open that I need, and I have titled all my videos. 2, 2, 3. Oh, I got the date wrong on that
Autopilot
one.
jumping.
There we go. Date's wrong on that one. I need to hydrate. I'll be right back. Oh, I don't know. Do I have any? I do. I have Canada Dry. I'm going to go get some iced Canada Dry. I'll be right back.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Existential fear that I'm gonna have to go fight the fucking Republicans tomorrow. It's making it very difficult to fucking sleep.
Approaching Stargate.
What had that? 6 years or something. I'm having trouble sleeping. Please don't call at 7 in the morning. It's probably bad for my health. I just try not to do it. Oh my god. We're gonna go to this and that, and we'll go looking through gaming stuff. Magnus reporter husband taken by ice.
Autopilot
Okay, so
jumping.
we're gonna watch this Humanist report because it's fucking good. This one, go. Then I want to queue
Moving to
this
Stargate.
and
Warp drive active.
this and I'm not explaining myself. And we'll do this one. People who are tired of existing right now. Yeah, tired of existing right now. You know, the psychology of people who are tired of existing right now. Yep. So there we go. We're gonna learn about how Epstein ruined the gaming industry, and we're starting to figure out why these piece of shit cocksucker developers are actually piece of shit cocksucker developers. It turns out that the right wing has been co-opting and destroying the video game industry, and we're about to learn about that. And I mean it. Like, Jeffrey Epstein had emails about destroying the video game industry with Bobby Cockdick, who was probably buying girls from him. Bobby Cockdick. Bobby Cockdick is in the goddamn Epstein files. He was one of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends. Fucking Bobby Cockdick, the fucking Blizzard effort. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that I reserve that for rich white males. You know what I'm saying? And that's not some like gay slur to me. It's something I save for specific piece of shit rich white straight men. But anyways, you know, yeah, that fucking effort, he's such a fucking effort, I swear to God. And like, he ruined Blizzard and World of Warcraft and all that. He's the worst of all the piece of shit software cocksucker developers. The worst one. And, you know, and so we found out today that he's in the files, and I couldn't believe it. Jeffrey Epstein helped craft the dystopia we're not living in with gaming and shit. Fucking crazy. Piece of shit software developers are fucking piece of shit software developers. Yeah, I thought I might regret calling them piece of shit software developers, you know, later on in my career. No! No! Now I understand that, no, I was actually way ahead of my fucking time. I was 4 years ahead of everybody else. I was cussing the fucking piece of shit child rapist software developers long before anybody else. Haven't I? For 4 years, I've been calling these piece of shit cocksucker fucking software effort developers. Fucking piece of shit cocksucker effort software developers. For a long time, I've been calling them that. I didn't know why, really. I was like, why are you so shitty? I didn't really know why. Turns out they were all working with fucking Bannon to destroy video games. You're about to hear about that. Yeah, I wish it wasn't like this, but Bobby Cockdick was in the Epstein files, and it's one of the reasons why Blizzard and WoW got so goddamn dry and shitty. And I can't believe I'm fucking saying this. I can't believe I'm fucking saying it. I can't believe it. You know? But here we are, you know, cussing the piece of shit cocksucker developers. You thought I was just crass and rude and mean. No, I could detect that they're killing the goddamn industry, and I fucking hate them. And here's the goddamn proof. They were working with Jeffrey. Full-blown working with him. They showed up in his emails a bunch of times. Fucking Bobby Cockdick and fucking Jeffrey Epstein were really good friends and shit. We're about to find out that the whole world is child molesters. Pretty much. All the people who have money are child molesters. It's disgusting. They all want to sleep with 16-year-old hookers, I guess, or fucking 12-year-old hookers, or whatever their fucking thing is. Not hookers, but I mean, I don't know what else to call it. Trafficked boys and girls, you know? It's unfortunate, and some of them are hookers. Like, some of them are like 16-year-old hookers and shit. And when the rich found out that 16-year-olds are willing to be hookers and stuff, they started buying them and shit like this. And it sucks. It's not just them. It's also the people that sell it to them. You know, it sucks, but there's people who sell this to them. It sucks, you know? They were victims, yeah, but some of these victims sold this to Jeffrey Epstein. It's unfortunate. I'm not victim shaming. I'm not saying that, you know, that they're bad people. I think they were just caught up by, you know, with shitty people. You know, they aren't bad people themselves. They just got caught. These victims, they're not bad people themselves. I'm not shaming them, but they did sell some of them sold themselves to Jeffrey. You know, and it sucks. It sucks when they do it willingly. It makes a lot more sense when they're trafficked. You know, like full blown, like, you know, like kidnapped from Barbados, like kidnapped and used as a child prostitute, like from Barbados, like poor Rihanna. That's what happened to Rihanna. Jeffrey fucking kidnapped her from Barbados and sold her to rich people. That's what happened to Rihanna. You know, my umbrella, Ella, we didn't know until today what happened to World of Warcraft, why it started sucking so much dick. Now I don't feel bad paying a sub to World of Warcraft either. Like, like I don't mind supporting Mortal, and I don't mind supporting Eve, and I don't mind supporting World of Warcraft, because they are good games if you leave the piece of shit software developers out of it. The only one who is even redeeming, I look at, I'm sorry, but we're gonna go take a look. I'm very scared of this. I'm fucking scared of this. We've always known. I'm scared of this. I'm sorry. This goes out to the Mortal people that might be in my fucking channel, but I don't know if it's ever occurred to you, but it occurred to me today that maybe all of the software developers that make the MMOs that we play, they might be pederasts. So I'm gonna go and take a look, and I'm not making this accusation towards Hemrick, but I mean, Mortal. If we take a look at Mortal, I'm sorry, but if you look at Hemrick, the way he looks and the way he acts, Mortal Online, Mortal Online 2, sorry. If you look at Mortal Online 2, you're going to see Hemrick a lot. If we go back, sorry, so I needed to click the Mortal Online channel here. But if we go back and we do the live dev stream that he recently did, I think that was the most recent one, right? And then there's the release of Sarduka and all this. He is in a battle right now. No, that's the wrong one. We're looking for 6 days ago. Sorry. So here's the... Wait, what? How is this right? No, I want videos, the latest video. Like, I know that he's done more live streams recently. What the fuck? Where did this live stream go? We watched it. Like, what? Where is the fucking live stream we watched the other day? Did he take it down? He must have taken it down. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna go back to an older one here. So I'm not making this accusation. I'm really not. I don't know Hemrick, and I don't want to throw shade at somebody I've never met before. I don't know Hemrick. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't know Hemrick, but I'm sorry. He fits the fucking type. If we take a look at him, like doing the live stream here, I don't know why he won't go big face. But he's the type. He's the type. He's the Bobby Cockdick type. He's a CEO. He's independently rich. We heard that he dumped a lot of money into Mortal, and he's got the orange turd face thing going on. And I'm sorry, but it's just scary. I don't know if he's like that. I don't think so. But he's got that slimy style.
Tweaking the numbers, and also tweaking especially the...
He speaks a bunch of different languages and stuff, and it's just weird. He fits the profile. He's a rich developer who can fund his own game. He's got that slimy, slow speak of a child molester. I'm not saying that that's the fucking thing. I'm saying that these software developers, they deserve scrutiny now. After the fucking news that we got about Bobby Cockdick being in the fucking Epstein files, and full blown they full blown talked to him and Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein. You're about to hear it. I'm gonna repeat. I watched the video. I remember what I heard. Him and Jeffrey Epstein and Bannon and fucking Bobby Cockdick were conspiring to turn all of these kids into loot boxes, basically, like loot box generators, like loot box money generators, and they wrote emails about it back and forth about Black Ops 2 and World of Warcraft. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. And so I'm sorry, but I don't trust Hemrick. I don't trust software developers. If he turns out to be in the fucking files or something, it would be really, really bad. It'll be the death of fucking Mortal and stuff. That's what's about to happen to World of Warcraft. I don't think WoW will die. WoW isn't guilty of raping children, but the developers who made WoW kind of were. And they were cubicle crawling and stuff. We all wondered where they got that weird cubicle crawling shit that they were doing. A bunch of milk drinkers were stealing fucking breast milk from we all wondered what that was. It was a curveball from left field. It was fucking crazy, frankly. Fucking crazy. Like, what is going on, man? Our leaders are fucking child molesters. These software developers that I've been calling effets for 4 fucking years, because they're these rich, straight, white males who are fucking sleeping with children and shit. Not him, maybe. We got to pray, not him, but he's got the look of it. He's got that orange turd face thing going. Maybe, but let's hope that's a sunburn in January. I don't know where he lives, so if maybe he lives in some place where he's getting sunburned. But no, in the last stream he was talking about how he had a cold because his house didn't have the proper heating. It was so cold. And no, it's the middle of the winter, but he's got orange turd face. Or no, I'm sorry. No, this was from the summer. I'm sorry. So no, this is from 7 months ago. He was tan from the summer then. But yeah, in the winter he was pale and slow. And it's weird because I know that Mortal just did like a 2-hour or 3-hour development stream, but it's not here. It's full blown not here. It's like he took it down for some reason. It's not here. It's really not here. It's like, for some reason, we watched this on stream, but it's not here for some reason. And I'm going back there to try and consult that video, and it's gone. And it just makes me wonder even more. It's just frankly weird. It's like he didn't want to say things that he made promises in that video, maybe, that he doesn't actually want us to remember, maybe, or something like that. They might be going back and forth about a North American server, because I just don't understand that, frankly. I'm sorry, but I don't understand that. I think Wolfsight does, but I don't. And I'm a Westerner. I stand to fucking gain from that. I stand to gain from it, frankly. It's a soft reset is what he called it. It's a soft reset. I stand to gain from that because everybody's ahead of me on the curve. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna benefit from Western servers and stuff. But we don't need it, and we don't need it. And if you come to the the Steam DB is too far down my list. I use it every day, and I'm gonna bring it back up now. Where is the Steam DB? It's hard to see. Steam DB should be here. Here we go. I want this near the top of the list because I use it all the fucking time. Yeah. Steam DB. We're going to go look at Mortal, and you're going to see that yesterday they probably capped out at like 550, something like that. No, I mean like 550 players, and there is probably about 100 epic players on the epic version of the game and stuff, to be fair. But I mean, the game died, and by all intents and purposes, the most the game's ever had is 10,000 people. It's a very, very, very niche game. It's not for everybody. Most people bounce off this game, just like EVE Online, because they just can't handle this sort of pain. It is pain. It's like, it's painful to play this game. Look at how much farming I have to do just to afford to put points in my fucking chart. And I'm not kidding. Look, I have to buy like this. I'm not complaining. I actually think it's good. It keeps the scrubs out, frankly. Like, scrubs can't handle this shit, right? But so I'm buying down the chart, which is nice. I don't have to pay my 500 gold just yet. But I do have to buy into strength over here. That's an elixir of aptitude. You see it? Elixir of aptitude is 500 gold. It takes four real life days of chopping all day long to get. It's like 5 real life days of chopping all day long. You get like about 100 gold a day, maybe 150, something like that, if you're really trying. But yeah, it's like it takes like 3 to 5 real life days to farm up to 500 gold to buy that fucking elixir of aptitude. Now you might think that I'm complaining, but no, I'm not complaining about that. Actually, I like that because it keeps the scrubs out. I didn't understand that until this year, but it keeps the piece of shit scrubs the fuck out. It really does. They can't. If somebody were to step to me and I have a bow equipped, I'm gonna shoot you in the face and it's gonna 2-shot you. So anybody coming to try and gank me or stream snipe me or anything like that, they've got to actually be one of these boys who's been playing for a couple of years. They've got to actually have points in the fucking chart. I can tank them now. I can tank 3 melee bandits right now to their fucking face. So anybody who tries to gank me is gonna have a comeuppance, kind of. It's like they've got to be like they've got to have points in the chart like me, or they can't contend with me. And that's why I'm playing this game. It's in EVE Online too. That's the other reason I play EVE, and I didn't really know what it was until now. But because I'm very behind the curve on EVE Online and Immortal and in Rust. I'm very behind. Other people have been playing for 10 years before me, 8 years, something, EVE Online. It was like 8 years before I joined EVE Online. It had been out for 8 years, something. And even then, I didn't main EVE Online for another 5 years or something because I was playing World of Warcraft. So it's like, I'm very behind the curve. I'm not anymore. Most people on this game don't have 100 million skill points. They just don't. It's going to be like the top 5% of the community have more than 100 million skill points. It's just something that most people that play EVE fucking dream of. Now, if they started 10 years ago, they've got 100 million skill points. But I don't think most people started 10 years ago. Look at my total net worth, guys. It's 22 billion is. You know what that is in US dollars? It's like 500 cash, something like that. And my character is worth 500 cash. I could sell it too. I could sell the ISP for 500 cash, something like that. I'm full blown serious. I could sell my account for something like 500 or 600 cash. My accounts are always worth $500 to $1,000 or something like that. It's insane. I've sold accounts for. I sold my first World of Warcraft account with all of my crazy, tier 1, tier 1, tier 1.5, tier 2 loot and fucking what was it called? Encourage loot, right? We didn't beat Nax Ramus back then, but we were in Encourage. We opened the gates, bitch. We opened the Bagon and I, the guy on my channel last night. We opened the gates of Encourage. I'll get him to fucking, I'll get him to talk about it on the channel. Like, we opened the gates of Encourage on fucking the Venture Company. That's not some lie. I've got many witnesses and many people that were there. Like Barney. You remember the videos from Barney about doing the Encourage bug parts and all that stuff? I've done that grind twice on 2 different fucking servers. I'm not some scrub. I was the cutting edge way the fuck back then when I was like fucking, I don't know, 19 years old or something. 20 years ago. And it's weird. The reason I bring all this up is I've been behind the curve on all of these fucking games and all this, and so and on top of it, the developers have been mishandling the games. Even Henrik has been fucking terribly mishandling the game. You can see it right here. He's been mishandling the game. I'm sure that's been very bad for his ego, but I don't fault him. It's a crazy experiment that he's up there in the lab with the with the fucking Erlenmeyer flask, and he's got like purple and yellow liquid in and shit. He's experimenting. I have quite a lot of sympathy for him, and I checked this. I'm just gonna pull this and put it so I can get back to it faster, because it's like surfing the DB is terrible. But yeah, I want to get to the chart and of Mortal Online 2 every single day and take a look at this. We've got we got meh reviews, like meh. My ex-girlfriend, I swear to God, my second girlfriend, she started this fad in Denver where she was like meh. She would just say meh. And I don't know why, but that caught on in Denver. She was the first one I ever heard do it. Like, ever. I was just like, where do you get that thing from? You just go, meh. And she goes, meh. And, and it's weird. I swear to God, people started doing that because of her. She was like a trend starter. She started a trend. Now the whole world does it. Meh. And I'm sure that's an old thing. It's older than her. But I mean, she brought it to like the Denver hipster scene. Like and then the metalhead scene. They were like, she was like, meh. And now I had that, but these reviews are like, meh. Meh, like not real reviews really. And I a part of that is I left a negative review, but I mean, it was a shitty game. When I first bought it, we waited 5 weeks in Haven for the real continent to release. It was 5 weeks. I was in there screaming on the Discord to the point where they banned me. I'm banned on the Mortal Discord. I was in there screaming. I was like, you can't do this to me. I paid $60. Where's my goddamn game I bought? And that's a fair complaint. But I did it every day for the full 5 weeks. I was there screaming in the Discord on my fucking stream. I was on my stream and I was screaming at them on the Discord in all caps, like, where's the game I bought, motherfuckers? What the fuck's wrong with you? And shit like this. I was screaming at him. I was like, this is not the Mortal I remember. I should not be constrained to, I was yelling at him. I was like, I'm in Haven. I've got, like 12 levels or something. And there's only 20 levels in this game. Why are you forcing me to level in the fucking, in the fucking starter zone? And it was like that for, I believe it was 43 days or some odd, 33 days, something. It was like 43 days. I'm not exaggerating. It really was like 43 fucking days. And he somehow managed to get these 10,000 people who came to forget that happened. I don't forget, and I'll never let him forget it. He launched it, but then he made us wait fucking whatever it was, 5 weeks. It was weird. We could play the game in the starter zone, but imagine if World of Warcraft, if you rolled like a human or a Nelf, and you're like at Teldrassil or fucking Elwyn Forest, and you're trying to get to Stormwind, but you can't go out to North Shore Abbey for 5 weeks. That's what happened at the Mortal 2 launch, and I'll never let him fucking live it down. I'll never let him forget it. I'll never let him forget that. That was the worst launch in history by far. It absolutely was the worst launch in fucking MMO history. industry. That one takes the cake because we were all able to play the game, but we were constrained in the starter zone for 5 weeks, and it took the cake. Like, I didn't play the game again for like a year. I was like, fuck you then. When they banned me on my when they banned me off their Discord for yelling about how I paid $60 and I don't have a product, motherfucker. I was yelling at him like, motherfucker. I was yelling in the Discord. I was like, motherfucker, I've never been fucked by anybody before, and I'm not starting now. Give me my fucking money back and shit like this. Give me my money back, bitch. Get to sending a test. Get to sending a whisper to me in the Discord hearing and talk to me about my refund, bitch. I want my money back and shit like this. So they just kicked me off their Discord because it was terrible. What I was doing, what they were doing, all of it was fucking terrible. But I'm the consumer who paid $60, who literally told the Better Business Bureau about them, because I was like, Jesus Christ, like, $60 is a lot of money to just take from somebody and not supply the product you promised. That's a lot. It's a little bit different when it's like $5 for some hot dogs and they're spoiled or something. It's not so normal to take $60 from somebody in a massive way, like software or whatever, and like, that could be massively, consumed and stuff. It's not so normal. And so I wrote that when he kicked me off his Discord, I wrote the Better Business Bureau about him, and that's Hemrick. That's this guy. Like, we're going to go look at him. We'll go look at him. And we're gonna zoom in. So I'm gonna zoom in on his profile and shit. He probably really wouldn't appreciate what I'm saying. I don't care though. After the treatment of the fucking rest of the industry is a bunch of punks. That's Tech9. That's a quote from Tech9, and he's talking about the music industry. But I mean, it fits for the fucking software industry, for the television industry, for the music industry. The industry is a bunch of fucking punks, and he's part of this, whether he likes it or not. He's part of it. So I face him with the same scrutiny I would give Bobby Cockdick after Bobby Cockdick purchased children from fucking Jeffrey Epstein and fucking and conspire with him over emails to fucking sell loot boxes to kids with fucking Black Ops 2 and Overwatch and turn kids into little Matrix batteries of loot box money. And like that's what this video is about that we're about to watch. But before I get there, I got to talk about my existential fear that every fucking junk dealer that I've worked with in the MMORPG scene might be child rapists. That's an existential fear because they're starting to get busted for it. They are starting to get busted for it, and it is the death of the fucking industry. If all of these weird software developer guys are like pederasts in their free time, that might not be too good. And I'm not making that fucking accusation about Hemrick. It strikes me as the kind of guy who isn't like that, frankly. But if you listen to him, like don't listen to what he's saying, just listen to his mannerisms and the way that he talks. He's kind of slimy a little bit. If you can hear it, he's a little slimy and a little foreign, a little rich.
I've done a really good job. Now, the current patch status we are now, obviously don't have everything fine-tuned and polished. We're still heavily tweaking the numbers and also tweaking especially the first person animation.
He's looking stressed out, like he's experiencing the death of his baby. This is his baby, Mortal Online 2. He's looking stressed out and tired. He can see the numbers every day, and he's stressed out and tired. He should internalize it, because it's like, this was kind of a fucking mishandling of the game. But the game's good now. I would say it is good now. It's got problems, but all games have problems, So it's a good game now. So I want to just, and that's how I felt about Bobby Kotick. I was like, well, but he released all of the best games of all time. So I'm just going to let them pass on this motherfucker, I guess. It's like, at the time I was like, oh, he wasn't raping children. He was just stealing breast milk from the lounge. I don't know. Is that worth, killing Blizzard? I don't think so. But we considered it. I think Asmongold himself considered killing Blizzard with the sheer amount of people that he can reach. I'm sure he did for like a year. He thought about how much reach he actually had. I'm sure Zach thought about this. He could have absolutely destroyed Blizzard. He could have been like, do not support Blizzard. He never did that. He never did that, to his credit. But he did have that kind of power back then. He was the #1 streamer on the fucking platform. He had that kind of power. He had thrown the smoke bomb at all the liberals like me, and we kind of assumed that he was actually just some nerd who was smart and not some right-wing piece of shit Hitler, but he was a right-wing piece of shit Hitler in the end. And like, and he backed Trump and all this stupid ass shit. He was a terrible piece of shit in the end. And he is a CEO, and he is that part of that rich upper class now, and he does have 8 figures, and he is one of them. He's one of them. They bought him, I swear to God. It's one of the reasons why I stopped watching him. I was like, the minute that I realize that you have $20 million and you live the way that you do, I'm like, I can't follow this feckless scrub anymore. If you have $20 million, you better buy a new shirt, motherfucker. He was a walking clown. You know, he was obviously a walking clown, but I mean, he was like a clown walking. He was like a clown. He's a clown personification dude. He's made $20 million. He doesn't ever leave the house, you know, and I swear to God, he could have canceled Blizzard. He had that kind of power, and he should have canceled Blizzard because Bobby Kotick was conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein. But he didn't know that. We didn't know this. We didn't know that Bobby Kotick was conspiring with fucking Blizzard. Like, nobody knows that shit. Who the fuck would know that shit? They got to be in the personal circles and stuff. How the fuck would gamers know that? They're not gonna know that. They don't know Bobby Kotick. They don't hang out at the cigar bars. Maybe there's a few bloggers and stuff that reach Bobby Kotick, but it's like most of the time they hang out in the executive lounge. You know, they don't fuck around with people like gamers. They're not like that. They don't know. Like, honestly, you know, we're hearing this all the time. Stuff like Walter Goggins will never play Fallout and stuff like this because he's just not like that. He's not a gamer. He's not like that. He's not going to play his own character in his own game. He's not like that. So, you know, whatever. So I get worried. I'm not saying this is the case, but he's looking like it. Hemrick is looking like one of these dudes that's in the Epstein files. He's looking like it. Is he one of the dudes in the files? Probably not. The chances of it are fucking low, frankly. But Jeffrey was doing business internationally with everybody. So you got to kind of wonder, a man who can literally launch his own MMO, kind of like Steven Sharif, who just went up and torched Ashes of Creation not 2 days ago. Like, you got to kind of wonder if we're following really, really bad men. And I'm not making that accusation about Hemrick. As far as we're concerned with Hemrick, he's absolutely fine right now. But I'm sniffing around. Like, who am I following? Who am I giving money? I'm sniffing around, motherfucker. I vote with my money, and I don't know. I don't want to vote with my money for anybody in the fucking Jeffrey Epstein files, and that's like what I'm doing now with Blizzard. I'm very much now nervous about paying Blizzard any more money, because Bobby Kotick was in the Jeffrey Epstein files. That makes Blizzard a completely different fucking entity, completely different entity now. Like, I woke up this morning and I was like, oh God, I might not be able to pay for World of Warcraft ever again. Because let's go learn about this. I was half asleep because fucking my mom called me at 7:15 in the morning, and then the fucking the life insurance people called me at 8:05 in the morning for some fucking reason. And so, you know, I at 8:05 in the morning this morning, about an hour and 40 minutes ago, I watched this video and I was half asleep. So I didn't really totally absorb all of it, but I mean, I know what I heard.
There are so many bombshell revelations in the latest batch of Epstein files that it's hard to not feel overwhelmed.
Oops, sorry, I'm going to turn it down. That's too loud.
When going over them, and of course, I can't offer you a comprehensive overview of everything that's in them, but we are going to dive into some lesser discussed stories here in a moment. But first, I do want to give you the biggest headline, because I think it's important that we not bury the lead. Donald Trump, again, was named in the Epstein files. A lot. In fact, the New York Times reports that his name, as well as Melania's name and Mar-a-Lago, were referenced. $38,000 times across 5,300 files. Notably, we learned last year that Epstein told Ghislaine Maxwell in a 2011 email that Trump spent hours alone with the victim at his house. More recently, we found out about a 2016 sworn testimony from an individual who claims that they witnessed Donald Trump threaten to make somebody disappear, just like a 12-year-old unnamed female disappeared. And he also threatened to have this individual's entire family killed if they, quote, ever disclosed any of the physical and sexual abuse of minor females that they'd witnessed Epstein or his clients commit. Mind you, they made this allegation under penalty of perjury, so that's something to keep in mind. There's also a plethora of tips to the FBI about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, most of which aren't verified, but nonetheless, they accuse him of child sexual abuse and even say that he allegedly drugged and raped a woman. Now, we also learned that Epstein is the one who introduced Trump to Melania in the first place, so needless to say, there's a lot there, and we are barely scratching the surface. Now, when you piece together some of the clues from the Epstein files, files, it's reasonable to assume at the very least that Trump was well aware of Epstein's criminality and chose to keep quiet. But the more likely possibility is that Trump was a client of Epstein himself, who allegedly engaged in child rape. But the connections between him and Epstein are so deep that I don't even think it's a stretch to question whether or not he was a co-conspirator who helped Epstein orchestrate the entire ring in the first place. But we don't know for sure, and we may never know the full extent of his possible culpability here. And he's not the only one who's implicated. And we know of certain names, but there are some names that the DOJ is choosing to redact where there is actual evidence that they did something wrong. For example, there's an email where somebody tells Epstein, "Thank you for the fun night. One of your littlest girls was the naughtiest," and they chose to keep that name from us. We need to know who wrote that email so they can be investigated, but nobody's been investigated. You know, in other countries, in the UK, Slovenia, and elsewhere, there's consequences, at least minimally, but in the US, people who've been named are just like saying, yeah, you know, I shouldn't have hung out with this guy who's a pedophile. I didn't know any better, but I didn't do anything wrong. I just, you know, I hung around with bad people. But like, that's the extent of it. There's no accountability, no justice, nothing. Now, I just want to go through some of the names because, goddamn, it is baffling the amount of people here just across the political spectrum and throughout the world who have been named in these fucking files. It includes billionaires like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, just to name a few. Former presidents, as you now know, like Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, the former Harvard president who served in both the Clinton and Obama administrations. There's Alan Dershowitz, Howard Lutnick, Trump's current Commerce Secretary. There's people in media like Peter Attia of CBS News, who is a physician. And also, get this, we're learning because of the Epstein files that he ditched his family when his son was in the hospital to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. And he talked about how he was addicted to Jeffrey Epstein and needed to get his fix of Jeffrey Epstein. And like all of the other people in these files, they all seem enamored with Jeffrey Epstein, more so than just like trying to get in good with him and blow smoke up his ass, but they were drawn to him in some inexplicable way that is very disturbing in my opinion. But that's not all. There's also once respected left-wing intellectuals like Noam Chomsky who have been named in the Epstein files. Not necessarily because there's evidence of wrongdoing, but because Chomsky was trying to help Epstein rehabilitate his image. Thanks, Noam. Now there's also sports moguls like Steve Tisch and
Jesus
Josh Harris.
Christ.
There's public officials in the UK like Prince Andrew and the Crown Princess of Norway. And there's also multiple powerful women
And
that
Bobby Cockdick.
met Epstein or at least had dinner with him, including Martha Stewart, Katie
Why
Couric.
do these rich people have such clown names like Trump and Cockdick and shit like this? What the fuck? Like, what?
And even Mira Nair, Zoran Mamdani's mother, who's a filmmaker. And to be clear, not every single person who was named is guilty, but it just speaks to how well connected this guy was. He seemingly knew everyone with fame and power, and for some reason, powerful people who were privy to his crimes went out of their way to cover his ass. And it's bizarre. For example, Kathy Rumler, who served as White House counsel for Barack Obama before becoming the CEO of Goldman Sachs, was giving Epstein advice back in 2016 while she was still part of the Obama administration, by the way.
So today I subbed for 3 more months of EVE Online because I'm liking EVE Online again. I don't know. It is what it is. I'm a flip-floppy person. I'll cancel a game, and then I'm back the next month being like, I love this game. I love this game. I'm a flip-floppy person. I go back, forth, flip-flop, snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. You know, I hate it, but I am like that. It's a shitty part of my fucking personality. I like giving people and things a second chance. You know, I like giving them a reappraisal. And so yeah, I reappraised Eve, and I like what I'm seeing, and I'm just, you know, whatever. It's for one thing, I swear to God, I kind of started making a big stink about quitting the fucking game about the harassment, and I've faced less harassment. Honestly, I have faced less harassment in the last couple months. So, well, I don't know though. I've been ganked. I don't know about that though. Like, let's look at the reality here. Like my actual my actual PvP history. Let's take a look at it real quick. Don't know about that. Yeah, how do I find this? It's like in history. Here we are. Not employment or skills. I'm looking for the kill mails. I think you actually have to go look for them. So, but I was ganked, day and a half. No, I wasn't. That was faction warfare. That's an entirely different thing. Looking for retrievers though. I was ganked a lot. Never mind. I've been harassed in high sec. Just three and a half days ago, I lost a retriever. 4.5 days ago, but that was out in Poshvon. I don't think that counts. And yeah, that was out in Poshvon. That doesn't count. But yep, 4.5 days ago, I was ganked in a retriever in high sec. I've got kill rights on 7 people because of that. You can see it. There it is. I've got 7 kill rights because 7 people ganked me. It was insane. Or, well, 1 dude and 6 alts ganked me or whatever the fuck it is. We don't know. 5 days and 19 hours ago, I was killed in retriever and I got another stack of 7 kill rights or whatever. It comes back but it has only been 3 retrievers since I came back to the game. Yeah, there's the last kill 2 months and 10 days ago. I took a 2-month break because I was like, fuck this game. I left on Christmas. I was like, my Christmas gift to myself is not being around these piece of shit toxic fucking PvP assholes anymore. You know, and that's how I felt about it. I was like, I'm giving myself a Christmas present, which is I'm not dealing with EVE Online and Rust and mortal pieces of shit ever again. You know, that was like, I was giving seriously, that's how I thought of it. That's like on Christmas Eve. You know, at like 4 a.m, I was drunk or something like that. At 4 a.m, I was just like sitting there like, what Christmas present am I going to give myself? And I was like, I don't want to deal with shitheads on EVE and Rust and Mortal ever again. So we're just not going to play those games ever again, right? I wasn't strong enough to keep doing that, but I like these games. It's shitty to cancel things that you love. I love these games. You know, it sucks to cancel something that you love. It does. It's happening a lot. Like Blizzard. I might cancel Blizzard here, depending on how really bad they were.
About how to respond to possible questions about then candidate Donald Trump having sex with underage girls. And instead of hauling Trump's ass in for questioning when they had power, the Obama administration decided to sit on this information that Epstein was willingly giving them about Donald.
Yep, they're both bad. They use child sex for mutually assured pedophilic destruction or whatever. They use the child sex like to blackmail the other party to win elections. They both do it, Republicans and Democrats. It's one of the reasons why I'm progressive. It's like I don't like either party. It's not that I want to. It's not like that I like Republicans. It's just that I don't like either party. You know, I like or don't like Republicans. Is that I don't like either party. I think they use child sex as non-disclosure fuel for nightmares. It's nightmare fuel. It's like you know, it's like nightmare fuel. They use child sex as blackmail for nightmare fuel to fuck over our planet and our industries and our money and video games and all types of shit. It's disgusting. And this is both parties doing this too. It's not just the Republicans.
Trump, because they probably
Republicans
knew
are worse. They were caught doing it really bad. But I mean, so were the Democrats too. Both Bill Clinton and Donald Trump were in the files. Like they both were in Hillary Clinton and, you know, who knows? Joe Biden wasn't in the files, but there was always that thing about why did Joe Biden sniff that little girl's hair? Do you remember that? It's just, it is something that a weird child molester would do. You know, I don't know, but it is something that, you know, really did creep out the whole world. And it did cost him the election, I think. Kind of. It cost him his presidency in the end. Because it was just like weird. Why did he sniff that little girl's hair? Because they're all child molesters. All of them. They're all child molesters. I was so drunk last night, I couldn't really tell Bagon why I'm progressive. I didn't really know. It's because they're all child molesters and they use child sex as some kind of blackmail fuel. It's disgusting, you know? And I'm sorry, but I keep tripping on it. I keep tripping on it, kind of like, what? I don't really understand that. I don't want you guys in power anymore, maybe.
Well, Clinton as well as...
I don't know if I can pay Blizzard. If Bobby Cockdick was using Blizzard and WoW and Black Ops to use kids as these loot box money generators, and they talked about it in emails with Jeffrey Epstein, which you're about to see.
Their donors.
I don't know if I can support Blizzard ever again. I don't know if I think I might actually ask for a refund on Midnight. That's your guys' money. I don't want to take you. That's your guys' money. You guys bought me Midnight. I don't know about that. I mean, I took your money and I ran off and I supported a terrible software child rapist. And I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. What? It's like Kyle's mom on South Park. What? You know, that's how I feel. I'm triggered. I'm triggered. I'm a triggered liberal. All both sides were using child sex as some kind of blackmail ammunition to steal elections. Both sides. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. Kind of want them out of power. Both of them. You understand? I don't know what progressive is. Progressive is hating both of them. That's what progressive is. It's not like a pro-gun thing or a pro-choice thing. It's not this thing about that. It's about I'm an equal opportunity hater, bitch. I don't know how to say what my version of progressive is. My version of progressive is I hate both parties and I want them out of power. Is that clear? It's fucking clear. I want them both out of power. They're child molesters and they use the child molestation as ammunition to steal elections, both parties. And they gotta go, man. They gotta go. On top of that, they're up there conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein and taking advice from Jeffrey Epstein to use little kids as fucking loot box fucking pigs.
Like Reid Hoffman would also
little loot box skin pigs. And that's what you're about to see. An email from Jeffrey making a suggestion to Bobby Cockdick that he farm little kids with Black Ops skins. It's disgusting
as well. So powerful.
It's
people,
way worse than the cubicle crawling. It's way worse than that California fucking state inquest that they faced. You guys remember this story? Been a couple years now. Let's go back and re-dive a little bit for like half an hour here. But do you guys remember that fucking story about Blizzard? Like, you know, but I think it's because they were up in the files with Jeffrey Epstein. Files, like Philes. Like, they were up with the files and Jeffrey Epstein and shit, and I don't know if I can buy Midnight. I didn't want to wake up to this news today. Like, I don't know if I can buy Midnight. I don't think I can. I don't think I can buy Midnight. I think I want a refund. I think I want a refund. I can't believe this. I think I'm going to cancel Blizzard in my personal life. I can't believe this. I'm going to go back and I'm going to remember what they did. What happened to Blizzard Entertainment? Oh no!
Blizzard used to be the studio you pointed to when you wanted to prove games were art. Warcraft, Starcraft, Diablo.
Look, she's doing the same video everybody else is. We've seen this video like 5 times in the last 2 days. I don't know.
And 12 million people willingly paying a subscription for WoW. Through the 2000s.
Oh, am I supposed to show up at 10? I don't remember. I can't remember. I have to call. I'm sorry, I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'm gonna mute it. They want to sell. I'm sorry. They want to sell green hell for $1.50. Isn't that insane? Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. I have been. You're like, so hold on just a second. I realized how dirty my camera lens is. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna clean my camera here. So I have been in the business, going about the business of attaining life insurance, and I got my life insurance today, and I got a terrible call at 7:15 or like 7:45 or something like that, 7:45 in the fucking morning, from the life insurance people, or 8, I think it was 8. I got a call from the life insurance people today at 8 o'clock, so I had to do a whole bunch of back stuff with that, you know, had to get all the ducks in the row with that and stuff. And so, but I have life insurance, which is good, you know. It's nice that I have life insurance, because if I were to ever kick off or die, or the stream sniper kills me, or whatever the fuck, you know, bullshit will happen, I have no idea what the fuck will ever happen to me. I don't know. I don't have any enemies. I've just got crazy people who are obsessed with me. I don't know. You know, I just live my life like they could kill me at any moment, because I don't, you know, just like Mahatma Gandhi or something. I live my life like they could kill me at any given moment. It's probably what they want, frankly. And I do live like that. They did win that for me. I live my life like I could die the next day or die today. I do live my life like that, because I've had several, you know, like 3. Yeah, 3. Yeah, is it 3? Yeah, it's 3. 4. One of them is dead. He killed himself. But there was like 4 people. One's dead and passed now, but there was like 4 people who were obsessed with me, who didn't like me. And one of them was my best friends. Was one of my best friends. But I didn't know till he was passed how much. My friends told me later, but I didn't know. Well, we had a fight, and we never spoke after that fight. But I didn't know how much he hated me. He believed that I concealed. I knew that he believed this, but I didn't know how long and how much he hated me for it until later. And it didn't happen either. Okay, my friend Jan, he shot his father and then himself a second later. And he killed himself, and he killed his father, and it's like the most terrible thing that's ever happened to me. It didn't happen to me. It just, like, being in the wake of it was the most terrible thing that happened to me. It was just crazy. It wrecked my crew. It wrecked my family. It wrecked my friends. It wrecked everybody. It wrecked my school. It was fucking terrible. It wrecked his family. They were friends. His sister was a really good friend, you know. Fucking shitty shit. It was just shitty shit. Just shittiest thing that ever happened to me. It just sucked. It was just terrible. I had a lot of bad things happen to me, but that was the shittiest thing that's ever happened to me, and it didn't even happen to me, you know. But I'm an empath. I feel the pain when it happens, you know. So he believed, and we had a fight about this and never spoke again. And I don't like admitting this, but it is the truth. He believed that I had been concealing for 7 years that my best friend had slept with his girlfriend. And they were having a fight about it too. My best friend and him had a falling out too. Because it's like he believed in his deluded fucking piece of shit murder-suicide brain, and he was wrong. You know, I don't care if he was wrong. Honestly, he might not have been wrong, but he was wrong. He was wrong about his assertion about me, which was that I willfully lied to him and concealed the fact that my best friend, or not fact, but it's not a fact. It's not a fact as far as I'm concerned. My best friend, he could have slept with his ex-girlfriend. I don't care. They had been broken up for 7 years when Jan made this assertion. They've been broken up. Like, so if my best friend slept with his ex-girlfriend 7 years after they had been broken up, I don't give a shit too. I don't give a shit. I still don't give a shit. I don't care. I told him. And then we had this crazy knockdown fight. It wasn't a fist fight, but it was close. He made this accusation in the living room of my apartment when my best friend was there. And he was like, you've been concealing that and I can't say her name, but you know, you've been concealing that he slept with her. And I was like, no, I didn't. And he was like, she was over here and you lived next door and you knew she was over here and you didn't tell me. And I was like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. And I still will maintain this. I know I didn't. I did not do that. I did not do that. It's the God's honest truth. I did not conceal, and I don't care if he did, frankly. On top of it, then this is what we were screaming at each other too. We were like, and I told him, I was like, I don't care if he did. And that was another thing. I was like, fuck you, Jan. I don't think we're ever going to be friends ever again. I was like, because I have not been concealing concealing from you that he slept with your girlfriend. And on top of it, I don't care if he fucking did. And he's like, that's shitty. And I was like, yeah, it's true. It's shitty, but I don't care if he did. You guys have been broken up for 7 years. On top of it, you know, it's bullshit what you're saying. It's a full-blown fucking lie. It's a bullshit-ass lie that's going to destroy our fucking friendships. And it's just not true what you're fucking saying. You are going to destroy our inner circle if you continue along this line. This was the shit that I was saying. I was like, this is not true. I'm probably never going to speak to you again. I told him, I was like, yeah, I did not lie. I've not been concealing for years that my best friend slept with your ex-girlfriend. I just haven't been doing it. And if he did, I don't care. I look, and my best friend was sitting there next to him on the goddamn couch. I was like, tell him. And he was like, I didn't do that. And I was like, I believe him. And then Jan did not. Jan did not believe him. And I was like, take your issue up with him then. I didn't conceal it. I never saw her over here. I never saw her over here with him alone. I never saw her over here. It just, you know, oh, God damn it. Oh, no, I do have my headphones. So, you know, I was like, and if he did sleep with her, who cares? You guys haven't been together for 7 years. I don't care if he slept with her on top of it, and I don't know why you would either. I wouldn't care if somebody slept with Jessica 7 years after I'd broken up with her. I don't care. Like, what? She's not my property. Who the fuck cares? Maybe he slept with her. I don't care. But I don't. The one thing I am certain of is I saw no evidence of that. I am certain of that. I saw no evidence ever of her ever sleeping over at his house or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to think back. I'm like, I know that she came over with her best friend, which is his sister, all the time, but I don't ever remember seeing her over at his house like with just him. I just honestly don't. I don't remember that. I don't remember ever seeing her car out in front or anything like that. And trust me, I was out. I'm a porch monkey. I'm always out there. You know, I'm a porch monkey. I smoked cigarettes all of my life, and I couldn't smoke inside because of my roommates and stuff. So I'm out there fucking, 14 hours a day. I'm not out there all the time. I'm playing video games, but when I'm not playing video games, I'm out there smoking cigarettes on the porch, and I'm gonna see if that girl is sleeping with my best friend. I'm gonna laugh about it, but I didn't see that. That's the problem. I didn't actually see it. I said it to his fucking face like 50 times. I was like, I didn't see this. I saw no evidence of this. He detonated our fucking inner circle. He never spoke to us again. Then he shot his father and then himself a second later because he was in the closet gay, and his father was a homophobe and straight. And I didn't cause any of these fucking problems, but it detonated our friendships, our inner circle. I don't talk to them anymore. It's just insane. It was fucking terrible, frankly. Fucking terrible. It was just fucking terrible. It was the worst thing that ever happened to me. And that was the fourth one. And I didn't know until the grave, until I stood at his grave and they told me how much he hated me. And I was like, my best friend finally told me. He was like, yeah, you remember that day where you and him were just screaming at each other in the fucking living room and you never spoke to him again? I was like, yeah, I remember that day. I do. He thought that you slept with blah, blah. And he was like, yeah, I never did sleep with her. And I was like, I don't think you did. And he was like, I know, I didn't. And I was like, I don't, we had a discussion at the funeral about it. It was fucking crazy. And he was like, he hated you. And I was like, no, I didn't talk to him ever again when he made a false accusation that I was concealing that you slept with his ex-girlfriend. I never spoke to him again. I was like, dude, it's just not the fucking reality. I'm not going to talk to you ever again if you think I did this. I didn't fucking do this. I didn't fucking conceal it. And I don't care if he did sleep with her on top of it. I don't care, too, on top of it. She's not his property. It's not like, oh, my ex-girlfriend can't sleep with somebody else. It's like, come on, man. I don't care about if she did sleep with him either. So it's like, and on top of it, it detonated our fucking crew. It was fucking terrible. It was the worst thing that ever happened. It fucking affected my friend Jed. I can say his fucking name. My friend Jed was suicidal over this, and I can show you my friend Jed. He was like suicidal over this. It was crazy. Like, it was fucked up. He wasn't suicidal. He's never been like that, but he was fucked up, though. He was fucked up by this shit. He's still fucked up by this shit. Like, there he is. There's wonderful ass Jed. He's one of my best fucking friends, if not my best friend. He like really is. Like, I love this man. He's like, there he is on June 17th or something. Here's my best friend one of my best friends taking a toothbrush to a plant. Smart. So, I'm sorry, I gotta like the video. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Brilliant. Look, that was the comment I wrote 5 months ago, and that's exactly what I thought today. Look, brilliant. Vibrate those flowers. Brilliant. My God, it's brilliant. Anyways, so yeah, like, I thought I was gonna get his face, but no, I don't know. We'll get his face when he talks about older stuff. Like he does more nature stuff now, but he used to do stuff about stuff you can do in your kitchen and stuff like that. Yeah, and he shows you how to make there he is.
Oh, welcome
So
back,
there's
Pondering in the Pines.
Pondering in the Pines. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Next do one with it's so good. So that's my friend Jed.
Guys,
He is a very special man. Maybe the most special person I've ever met. He is an interesting man. He is a mountain man. He's a tour guide. He's a tracker. He's an animal enthusiast, a dog lover, just all these crazy, strong male things. But he's also the most evolved person I've ever met in my life in terms of sex or his mind or his body or his house or his appearance or how he looks or all that stuff. He's like a full-blown genius in the you can see from the way he speaks, he's a full-blown genius in the wild.
if you followed our channel or you watched our recent
And he's one of my inner circle, along with my best friend, who I can't identify because that would be doxing him. We'll call him Seng Quick, because that's his Eve Online. Like, this is my best friend here. I can still pull my best friend's Eve profile because he taught me how to play Eve. And his name is Seng Quick, which is here. And you'll see his character in his bio, which has a piece of his art on it, right? But here's his character in Eve Online. Seng Quick, right? Sentient Quick. Seng Quick. There she is. He's been offline for 8 years, but he's a member of Renegade Numbs on Wheels, and so was I. That's his corporation. He made that corporation. This is some poetry that my best friend wrote. We gaze into the glimmering depths of the vast fields of space, where the distances are as long as the life ages of worlds. There we have given shape to the hollow void, assigning price to very notion of nothingness. We live our lives swallowed by the seas of emptiness, and when we die, the stars do not weep, nor the planets nourish themselves with our broken dreams. Our ashes, bleaching under constant rays, hovering in the bright expanse, slowly turn to powder, which does not to fill the great void. I'm gonna text this in a text chat. He brought tears to my eyes because that's my best friend. I'm so proud of him. He's my greatest hero. I'm so fucking proud of him. He's ordinary. He's not ordinary at all, but he's an ordinary dude. He doesn't have errors. He's not he has no presumption. He's just an ordinary guy, but he's not, though. He's also a spiritual guru, and he writes poetry and stuff like this. He's just an interesting guy, and he's in my inner circle along with Jed. I can show you Jed, but I can't show you my best friend because he's they would be doxing him, and he is a spiritual leader who could potentially face some scrutiny from the government or something if they don't like his religion or whatever, because he's into Hinduism. Essentially, he believes in all of the Shiva and Rama and Brahman gods and all this that the Hindus believe in. I've always thought of it as hokey, and he knows that too. He knows that I've never put stock in it. I never have. But that's one of the reasons we're probably best friends, is he knows that I don't swallow any tripe about religion or anything like that, and he is an analytical person like that. He knows why I believe what I believe. He just has a spiritual side to him that I really love. So does Jed. They're both spiritual leaders in their own ways, which is kind of interesting. And my best friend is like a full-blown spiritual leader who runs like a 10,000 community strong ashram in Denver, Colorado, which is why he's my greatest hero. I don't know anybody else like that, but I know somebody like that who runs a 10,000 strong community in Denver, and I'm a member of that community, and I fucking love them. I love all those people. I've been around in their lives since I was 13 years old. I used to eat with them in their kitchen and stuff, and then go worship with them in the living room and stuff. They're strong friends of mine. I love them. They're good people. I don't talk to them anymore, but I do talk to them through texts and stuff, and I see them every year in June. But I don't really talk to them anymore because I'm a totally, entirely solitary person now. And this has nothing to do with them. It was all the damage that Jan did and all the problems that we fucking faced and all the stupid shit that we did. So, sorry, all the stupid shit that happens. Because we didn't do stupid shit, but it's like, but all the stupid shit that happened to us. And well, we did stupid shit like get drug addictions. My best friend didn't get a drug addiction. He's too smart for that. But Jed and I did. And I don't like talking about that. It's not very fair to Jed, but I mean, it's part of recovery is this understanding that you had issues and stuff, and he's in recovery. He knows that I will freely speak about it if I want to. But we both did hard drugs and we both kind of fucked up. But I mean, you know, after Jan, it doesn't surprise me at all. I don't think my best friend was surprised by it at all. Both Jed and I internalized Jan's death, and it damn near killed both of us, unfortunately. Cry about it. It damn near killed both of us. I don't know why. We just internalized it for some reason. Everybody was terrified of it. At the funeral, like, we had these people walk up to us and be like, I will pay $10,000 for a therapist for you if you don't internalize this. And I was like, I'm not going to internalize it, I promise. But everybody who stepped to me, they were like, you're going to take this to heart, and it's gonna be hard for you to survive if you eat this. You know, they were like, if you eat this, if you just take this, like, while you're living on the streets addicted to drugs and shit like this, you just eat this terrible damage, you will die. And it was the kind of stuff that they were saying to me. They're like, you cannot internalize this death, you did not cause this, and all this stuff. But Jen and I, we did internalize it. It wrecked us, unfortunately. We both pulled terrible drug addictions and problems and ex-girlfriends that damn near killed us and all this other stuff. Like I love my ex M. I love her to death. I would marry her. I really believe in that fucking girl, but she damn near killed me. She damn near killed me with heroin. She had a raging heroin addiction that just I've never seen somebody with a worse affliction of anything, and she damn near killed me. I followed her right on down that hole after Jan died. I was just like, time to do heroin with a stripper in a motel room, you know? Like that song Gods and Monsters by Lana Del Rey. You know, I'm living like Jim Morrison, you know, fucking I'm headed for a fucked up holiday and I'm living like Jim Morrison in motel sprees and I'm singing, fuck yeah, give it to me, shoot it straight to the heart, please, you know, and all this shit, you know, give it to me straight, you know, like fuck me hard or whatever. And it just wrecked both Jen and I. We're still in recovery. I went to the madhouse for 2 years. It just didn't, you know, it wasn't, you know, I went to an inpatient mental health facility for 2 years to face addiction issues and depression issues and suicide issues, and 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing was hanging over my head for 4.5 years. And they were sympathetic to this. They were like, we see what you are facing. And I was like, I was busted for less than a gram of methamphetamine and less than a gram of black tar heroin. And they want to give me 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing, not for the drugs, but for probation violation. And they were like, that's the situation? Show me the paperwork. And I was like, here's the paperwork. Here's the entire stack of paperwork. Will you look through it, please? Because I'm so fucked up. My life is so fucked up. My friend is dead. My ex-girlfriend is dead. Everybody's gone. I'm living in a squat by myself, and people are coming and trying to kill me with a circular saw, shit like this. You gotta help me. And they were like, yes, we're gonna help you. And so it was their idea. They were like, we're gonna help you. We're gonna bring you to a motel for 3 weeks, and we're gonna get you sober and clean, and we're gonna get you out of this situation before this man kills you. And I was like, you're gonna do that? And they were like, yes, we're gonna do that. And if you get sober and you work with us, we're gonna put you in an inpatient mental health facility for 2 years while you face the system. And I was like, I'll take it. I can't take 10 years mandatory. I'll kill myself. I'll kill them. You know, I don't like the content, but it is true. I mean, I told them, I was like, if they put me in jail for possession of less than a gram, I will blow up their goddamn courthouse. And they were like, we can see that. You are the people we are trying to reach. We're gonna help you. And I was like, you're gonna help me? And they're like, yeah, we're gonna help you. And they did too. They put me on 7 medications. They got me on meds, and you know, they got me on all kinds of psych meds for years and stuff. They put me in a two-year inpatient mental health facility and shit. And they helped me because it wrecked our crew. It wrecked our fucking crew. So that was the fourth person. I have the shithead who tried to kill me with a circular saw. He's still out there. I put him in jail for years. I don't know how long, 2 to 5 years or something like that. I don't know how long he was in jail. I didn't ever speak to him again, and I don't want to. I don't know how long he was in jail. I really don't. But I know he hates me and wants to kill me. I know that. And I used to see him around Denver, too, and it would scare the living shit out of me because I swear to God, he's done it before, too. He'll see me as I'm walking down the sidewalk, and he will fucking take that truck that he's driving down the road, And he's tried to do it before. He's tried to do this. This is how I know. It's not like I'm making it up. He tried to do this at Winchell's Donuts and shit. He saw me walking through the parking lot of Winchell's Donuts. He pulled his truck over on South Broadway and he tried to run me over. Full blown. He tried to run. He came at me like 45 miles an hour and I stepped aside like Fortnite because I was like, you're not going to hit me. I can run a separate direction. You're not going to be able to fucking hit me. And so I just stepped aside as he fucking came at me 45 miles an hour and the Winchell's Donuts tried to kill me. Fucking crazy. And that's not the only time he tried to kill me either. He tried to kill me by beating me up against a wall 6 or 7 times. He tried to kill me with a circular saw. He came at me, bro, and I had to call the 911. It fucking sucked, you know? For no reason. I didn't ever cross him or do anything. I play video games all day. You can see it. These non-entities, they fucking fixate on me. I've got the dude who fucking swatted me. I've got some dude who was threatening to kill my mother. I have another dude who was threatening to slice my neck and shit like this. I don't know if they're all the same person. Might be 4 dudes. We don't know. They're, you know, and it just sucks. So there is like 3 or 4 people out there. I've got an ex-girlfriend who really, really hates me because I just didn't love her. I didn't love her. I didn't like her enough to love. I didn't like her enough to love her. I used her. Unfortunately, I did. I used her for a place in downtown Denver. I used her, but she used me. I put goddamn $50,000 worth of dope in her veins. We smoked 50 grand worth of dope or something like that. She used me too. Like, you know, whatever. It was a shitty. You know, my best friends, Jed, showed up at my doorstep one day. I was living downtown, shishi location apartment in fucking Park Hill with my meth addict girlfriend, and Jed and Sen show up at the front door and they're like, dude, your mom has called us and she says that you're about to die and this girl is killing you, and we've come to tell you that your relationship is over and you can't do this with her anymore, and we're just not giving you this is how they said it too. They were like, we don't give you permission to be with this woman anymore. She's destroying you. And I was like, what? Are you serious? And they were like, yes, your relationship with this girlfriend is over. It is killing you and her. And I was like, oh, okay, that's what he said. I mean, I'm just saying it verbatim. That's how much these kids love me. They're fucking amazing. I love these people, you know? And they did save me, and they got me out of that situation. I never did see her again, ever again. I never did see her ever again. She hates me. She hates me. She really hates me. I would not be surprised if she mailed me a bomb or something like that. But I didn't do anything to her. I didn't cheat on her. I never do anything to these fucking crazy people. I didn't do anything to her. That was the issue. I did. I fucked her a lot. But it's just, you know, but I never crossed her. I mean, we had fights and stuff because I would stay out for 5 days straight dealing dope and driving Uber and shit like this. And I just wouldn't come back till the fucking week was over. She was like, you haven't slept in 4 days. You need to sleep. And I was like, no, I don't. I'm on methamphetamine. I'm going to keep working, you know? And she was just like, come home and sleep. And I'd be like, no, not until the end of the week. I'm doing a full week. She's like, you can't stay up for an entire week. You're going to lose your sanity. And I was like, I don't stay up for an entire week. I sit there and I doze off in my car while I wait for airport rides. You know what I do. You've seen me do it countless times. I sit there in my fucking taxi and I wait for a call to come and I doze off. That's what I do. And yeah, methamphetamine makes that possible, you know? Whatever. So yeah, I was a feckless, shitty, you know, meth addict who drove taxi. That sucks. You know, that sucks. I quit the transportation industry when my addictions started to feel like they were affecting my jobs. I just quit the transportation industry. I was like, this isn't going to work for me. I can't drive people around when I'm high on meth. That isn't fair. You know, so I stopped. You know, I was like, I can't do this. They stole my car. They towed it out to the airport. They came back and they were like, you got to pay us $3,000 to get your rental car back. And I was like, no, you can fucking keep it, pieces of shit. Keep it. You know, I'm not paying you $3 grand because you towed my car out of my paid parking spot for no reason with no outstanding tickets or anything like that. I'm not paying you $3 grand because you stole my car. That's not fucking happening, bitch. And I left the transportation industry. That was the thank you after I worked for 5 different companies and the fucking like big ones like Yellow Taxi and fucking Grubhub and shit like this, and you know, Yellow Cab and all this, and like I worked for really big companies in the industry and stuff, and their thank you for working for them for 17 17 years was to steal my car out of my fucking parking spot and then charge me $3,000 for it. That was their thank you. I said, thank you very much. This has been a good time in the transportation industry, but I'm done with you shitheads now. I'm leaving. And I did. I was like, I'm not going to do this. So they literally stole my car and tried to get me to pay them $3,000 because they towed it to the airport. They stole my car. It was fine car. I had paid the fucking rent on the car because I was working Uber. I paid the rent. I paid for the parking spot. I had no outstanding tickets, no warrants, nothing like that. There was no reason why they should have towed that car, but they did. They towed that car to the fucking airport. They charged me $3,600 or something. It was insane. I was like, I'm not paying you because you stole my car. I was literally saying that to people on the phone. I was like, you stole my car out of my paid parking spot without my permission. You towed it to the airport. You towed it back to the Hertz rental car, and you charged me $3,000. There was no reason to do that. Do I owe you money? And they were like, no. And I was like, do I owe the city money? And they were like, no. And I was like, why did you take my car? They were like, you parked in the wrong spot. And I was like, no, here's the paperwork. Like, you know, the cops towed my car, not Hertz rental car, but the cops towed my car for no fucking reason. They're like, I had a paid rental spot that I was legally able to park in. I was a drug dealer who was not interested in breaking the law in any way or form. I would take Ubers whenever I did drug deals because I didn't want to break the law by even transporting it around and stuff, you know? I took rides from my own companies because I wasn't interested in breaking the law, so much so because I was a drug dealer that I just didn't, I paid for my parking spot, but they fucking towed it and they stole that car and they tried to charge me $3,500 and I left the transportation industry. I became a fucking drug dealer and I was living with my ex-girlfriend and Jed and Sen show up and they're like, this relationship is ending and this time of your life is ending and you can't kill yourself with dope with this girl that you're living with and all this shit. You have to stop now. You have to come home, come down from the cloud, and you got to get sober. You're going to die, dude. That's like what they said. They're like, you're going to die, dude. And I was like, yeah, I know, I got to stop. So I did. I stopped. You know, I stopped all of it. I didn't stop all of it until I hit rock bottom at all. I went on for another couple of years. But I definitely stopped being crazy and doing stuff like that I was doing like that. Like taking advantage of a girl so I could live downtown so I could be a drug dealer and an Uber driver. I stopped doing crazy shit like that. I just stopped stealing. I stopped stealing credit cards and shit like this. I just stopped doing bad things. I was like, no, I don't, you know, if my best friends have to show up at my front door and tell me that this terrible time in my life is over now because I have to stop being a bad person, then I'm going to stop being a bad person. You know, I did. I stopped breaking the law. I stopped doing hard drugs. I just stopped being a bad person. It's just what it was. So those four fucking people that hate me, you know, they, like for no reason, they fixate for no fucking reason, like no reason. Like I didn't cross them. I didn't do anything to them.
Had a Nintendo level reputation for PC. Gameplay first, ruthless polish, even canceling almost finished games like Warcraft Adventures or StarCraft Ghost if they didn't hit the bar.
They weren't finished though, and Warcraft 3 didn't run that well, and there was problems. There was always problems with Blizzard. Diablo 2 was a fucking cesspit of fucking dupers and hackers to the point where they spawned like a $10 billion or whatever it was, $1 billion industry of RMT of people buying Diablo goods and stuff. Blizzard has not always been this shining fucking thing. They weren't always like that.
And in 2008, Blizzard became part of Activision.
Is that a Game Boy cartridge she's using as a microphone stand? It's an interesting play. I like it a lot.
Blizzard, and over the next
she is a genius.
decade, a lot of players, and I'm sure
I think it's a Game Boy cartridge. It was probably her favorite game, and she's using it as a microphone stand, and I think that's fucking beautiful. I like this girl. I like your style, yo. God damn it, what fucking happened?
Blizzard used to be...
What did you do, you worthless piece of shit software developer? I'm trying to write a comment. And you're off in Africa somewhere trying to take me away from whatever it is I'm doing. Fucking worthless piece of shit cocksucker developer. What the fuck's wrong with you? You can't open the comment box now? Hey, it's like you don't want me to comment on this girl's fucking video.
Studio you pointed
there
to
you go.
When you wanted to prove game.
Please pause it. You fucking worthless piece of shit cocksucker developers stealing from us with your incompetence. Anyways, now, what am I trying to do? I like your style, yo. Because it is dope. She's dope. She's dope as fuck.
games were art. Warcraft, StarCraft, Diablo, and 12 million people willingly
Okay, StarCraft 2 still has such a terrible reputation for like cheating and stuff. They all do. WoW has a terrible reputation for cheating, botting, hacking, duping, all that stuff. All the Blizzard games, Overwatch had terrible cheaters. There was like, and problems with the Overwatch League and the fucking the whole scandal about Hong Kong and all that stuff and just, or Taiwan or whatever it was, I forget what it was. And like, and yeah, they haven't always had this shining reputation. I actually have had a very complicated, very sordid relationship with Blizzard. I don't think of them as very moral people. I don't think they have very high morals people as customers, and I don't think, I think of the WoW boys as the whole Keck culture, the whole alt-right pipeline and all that. That's due to Blizzard, and I'm not sure I want to support Blizzard anymore.
paying a subscription for WoW. Through the 2000s, they had a Nintendo-level reputation for PC. Gameplay first, ruthless polish, even canceling almost finished games like Warcraft Adventures or StarCraft Ghost if they didn't hit the bar. Then In 2008, Blizzard became part of Activision Blizzard, and over the next decade, a lot of players, and I'm sure devs, felt the focus shift to the bottom line. By the late 2010s, that tension finally exploded in public at the Diablo Immortal reveal, where the devs confirmed it was mobile only, got booed for saying there were no PC plans, and the now infamous,
Do you guys not have phones?
from there, things snowballed. Warcraft 3 Reforged launches missing features, Overwatch 1 stalls waiting for a sequel, and then California's 2021 lawsuit hits, alleging harassment, discrimination, and a frat boy culture inside Activision Blizzard. And the company ends up settling for tens of millions of dollars. For a lot of longtime fans, that is where the nostalgia stops. Overwatch 2 becomes the perfect symbol of new Blizzard. They shut down Overwatch 1, relaunch as a free-to-play sequel with battle passes and pricey skins, then cancel the big PvE hero mode that was supposed to justify the sequel in the first place. When it hits Steam in 2023, it becomes the worst user-reviewed game on the platform.
See, Blizzard has not always been this shining bastion. They've always had that reputation of being heartless. They spawn people like Pirate Software. They're not the best people.
Sitting around 10%.
Those loot boxes that they like tortured us with. Like, you know, I didn't buy any loot. I've never bought a loot box from Blizzard, but I've never bought a loot box, period. I've never bought a loot box in my whole life. And that's the God's honest truth. I've never bought a loot box. I've just never had that kind of funny money where I can support buying a loot box for a skin. I can't do that. Now I bought Fortnite skins because they've given me thousands of hours of good, solid entertainment. And so like Once Human, I will support them. Or New World. I bought a skin. I bought a wolf for $25 on New World because I hadn't given them any money since the purchase of the original game, and I was like, I bought their DLCs, but I didn't really spend any money, and I took like 22 months of gameplay, and that's a lot of money if you're playing on a AAA game, if you were to pay them $15 a month like World of Warcraft. So I have bought skins, but I've never bought loot boxes. Loot boxes are something that was so evil and so fucked up, and now we know why. It's because Jeffrey Epstein told Bobby Kotick to do it, and let's go learn.
Decades, presumably because they knew that speaking up would lead to their mutually assured destruction. You can't really tattle on Republicans without implicating Democrats as well, and vice versa, so they all kept quiet about the worst crimes imaginable. So we're learning in real time about an actual cabal, pay attention to QAnon, of well-connected elites who either raped children themselves or didn't say anything about the child rape that they knew was happening to protect their own asses in some way, shape, or form, or protect people that they were close to. And every single individual, regardless if they were a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent, needs to be investigated if they were named here and brought to justice if they committed a crime or withheld information about crimes that they knew were happening. And when you step back and really think about all of this, the Epstein files sheds light on the mentality of people in power, the sheer sociopathy of public officials who all defended a live stream genocide in Gaza for the past 2.5 years. We were all watching in our homes in horror as Israel slaughtered thousands of children every single day, and we couldn't fathom how politicians around the world could support such atrocities with enthusiasm. But now we know that it's not just because of corruption and influence peddling by the likes of AIPAC and the Israel lobby. It is the result of a widespread disregard for the well-being of children that elites have normalized among their inner circles. It's a genuine sickness that should shake every single person to their core. These people are psychopaths. And, this might sound a little bit conspiratorial, but it does feel like something more sinister is going on that we still haven't uncovered yet. There's evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was a foreign asset, possibly worked for Mossad, who blackmailed powerful people at the behest of the governments that he might have worked for, and that possibly, could include Russia as well, although there's more evidence for Israel, but that still doesn't explain the full extent of his reach. And that's what I really want to hone in on today in this video, because we're well aware of the most odious crimes that he committed, but Jeffrey Epstein was also able to presumably mold entire industries and influence public discourse in profound, world-changing ways. And simply being well-connected and a possible intelligence agent, it still doesn't quite explain how he was able to do all of this. Case in point, as the Gamer reports, Jeffrey Epstein was apparently a huge cheerleader for microtransactions in video games, the very thing that arguably ruined gaming. James Lucas reports, in newly uncovered correspondence between Epstein, futurist Pablo Holman, and former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, taken from the over 3 million Epstein files that were released on Friday, conversations were had about, quote, indoctrinating kids into an economy through in-game cosmetics. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real-world rewards, Kotick said in an email to Epstein. Learn to read, earn cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual items in games. Interestingly, these emails were sent on May 3rd of 2013, mere months after Black Ops 2 launched, the first game in the series to feature microtransactions. Activision tested the waters with personalization packs, extra slot packs, and paid calling cards, the first of which released on April 12th, 2013. Call of Duty Ghosts, which launched later that year, went even further with paid special characters, voiceover packs, skins, camos, and even weapons. It's not hard to draw a line between these conversations with Epstein and industry figures and the sudden boom in microtransactions that occurred around the same time period, but what's most concerning is the apparent interest to normalize aggressive monetization strategies towards younger audiences, as suggested in remarks made by Epstein's associates in the DOJ documents. Since this happened, gaming has become even more hyper-commodified to the point where AAA game studios are nickel and diming customers in every conceivable way. Like, they're getting creative with how greedy they are. They're not just selling cosmetics these days to gamers, they're charging for access to portions of games, and they're deliberately designing some games to be overly tedious to coerce gamers into buying upgrades that'll accelerate their progression. It's just disgusting. And Epstein didn't single-handedly create this trend, obviously, seeing as how microtransactions already existed long before he hyped them up in that email and after Call of Duty had already implemented them for the first time, but it's not unreasonable to assume that maybe he influenced Bobby Kotick to make them at least a little bit more predatory in the next Call of Duty, seeing as how he was a financier after all. Oh, and he was also encouraged to invest in Activision 5 years later, where he's told by Paul Barrett, sounds like they have successfully integrated the Battle Royale Fortnite format into the latest Call of Duty game. And Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision at the time, who was talking to Epstein, was also named in the Epstein files hundreds of times, and you might not be too surprised to find out that he was also covering up sexual misconduct at the highest levels of his company for years. So it's no surprise that a creep like him would also be drawn to somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, but the plot thickens even further when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and video games, believe it or not, because he also helped to indirectly cultivate the regressive, hyper-reactionary gaming culture that's ubiquitous on the internet these days. And I say this because journalist Ryan Broderick, who's followed the rise of the far-right's infiltration
Oh, no. What did I do? No, go back.
of male-dominated spaces on the internet for years, explains...
So we missed it. We
and
missed...
that's what I really
I'm sorry. I was having conversation. I missed what he was talking about here.
want to hone in on today in this video, because we're well aware of the most odious crimes that he committed, but Jeffrey Epstein was also able to presumably mold entire industries and influence public discourse in profound, world-changing ways. And simply being well-connected and a possible intelligence agent, it still doesn't quite explain how he was able to do all of this. Case in point, as the Gamer reports, Jeffrey Epstein was apparently a huge cheerleader for microtransactions in video games, the very thing that arguably ruined gaming. James Lucas reports, in newly uncovered correspondence between Epstein, futurist Pablo Holman, and former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, taken from the over 3 million Epstein files that were released on Friday, conversations were had about, quote, indoctrinating kids into an economy through in-game cosmetics. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real-world rewards, Kotick said in an email to Epstein. Learn to read,
What was that sound? Oh, it's Eve. So I have to sell LSIs. I don't know how much I want to charge. Let's go take a look at the price. Right now I can get LSIs in station for like $750, and I could sell them for $900, and I'm still laughing fucking rich, honestly. And they won't like that I dropped the price of LSIs. but I don't care. And I sold at 940. I sold two at 940, which, so I happen to know that I can sell LSIs. You know, I know that I can sell. In the last like 3 days, I've sold two of them for 940. So do I drop it much lower? Because it's going to really screw the fucking pool that I intend to swim in. Undercutting can be this terrible thing that will make you enemies and make people hate you and stuff. Undercutting is something you have to be very careful doing, because it's like, you know, some people live here and they don't want you dropping the price of fucking LSIs. It's at a good price. It's at like 940, and I'm one of those people. So, but it costs me hypercores to take a swing and not succeed. It costs me personally if I don't sell these. You know, if I fail to sell these on the raffle, it costs me money, real, like a lot of money. Like if I were to buy 5,000 hypercores right now, which I should do, honestly. Maybe I probably will. Let's see how much it'll be before I do it. But yeah, if I buy hypercores in station, hypercores are 389.9, so I'm going to ask for 390. I want 5,000 of them, which is so much money. It's 2 billion ISK. It's 2 billion ISK. It's insane. And that's not even like I'm selling anything. That's just like I lose that money. That's not profit. That's gone money. It's money that's gone. All it does is allow you to work on the hypernet. It's like a tax, essentially. It's a 2 billion tax. And I don't know if I want to pay this tax anymore to play on the hypernet if I can't make sales. So there's all these crucial decisions that I've got to make. Like, do I drop the 2 billion, continue to be in hypernet and continue to pay this 2 billion ISK tax? Or do I just like sell these last two LSIs and then, or well, I don't know. Let's see how much hypercores it is to sell LSIs. Because it's a lot. It's like, you know, we'll go place and see, but it's a lot. I don't know how many more times I can swing selling LSIs on 500 hypercores, and so we'll go see. Yeah, so if I want to ask for, say, the same price I asked for before at 940 million, they want 10 hypercores. So I can play on the hypernet with LSIs a while longer, to the point where it might even pay the tax on the hypercores. So we will continue, but I'm not going to buy hypercores today. I'm sorry, 940 is 100 hypercores. No, I mistyped. So no, it is 100 hypercores. I can only sell 5 more LSIs before I run out of hypercores. And then I have to spend 2 billion on taxes, essentially, just to continue working on the hypernet. And that wipes out these last 2 LSIs. I'm going to sell these for 900 each, and that's 1.8 billion. You know, it's a lot of money, but it's also got its issues. Like right now, I could just sell the LSIs for 1.5, sell the hypercores for 200, walk away laughing with 1.7 bill and never do this again, and I'll have really, really won. If I stay in this, I've got to take a serious gamble and stake like literally half of my liquid value to continue doing conjecture on whether or not I can even sell the LSIs. And when I didn't sell all 4 of them at 940, I was immensely discouraged. I have to drop the price of LSIs. That might make enemies in this server. Like, that might make enemies of me. If I do that to the people on the hypernet, they might not be very happy with me. And if they see me out in the fucking space, they might go out of their way to gank me. I think they do that already as it is. I think a lot of people don't like me because I came into the LSI market as a complete noob with, like, you know, MCT money that I bought from Marquee Dragon for $30. And I pulled 10 billion out of their hypernet market, and they don't like that. And then they remember my name. I see their names all the time. I know the people I'm talking about. I can't remember the names of all the people that I work against on the hypernet, but they know I exist and they don't like me because I drop the price all the time and then I leave the market for a while. And that's what I'm about to do now, unfortunately, because pulling what's 900 times 2 would be 18, 1.8 bill, pulling 1.8 bill more while I'm already sitting at 6 bill is really, really good, because I also bought I remember doing this. I bought like 150 Master at Arms cerebral accelerators, and those are like 80 million a pop or something like that. Yeah, they're like really expensive. They're they're not cheap. They're like 60 million now, but when I was working in the market, they were like more. They were like 84. So yeah, I am a tycoon on Eve, and my decisions, like, I don't have a lot of money compared to most of the rest of the Eve community. Actually, I'm not a tycoon when it comes to the actual liquid, but I have made 30 billion, just this year in and out, and that's tycoon money on Eve. That's not normal solo pilot money. That's tycoon money. That's some corporations of like, say 10 to 40 people would be jealous of the money that I make solo. And I mean this, 40 billion over 5 years or something is quite a lot for a solo player. It's a lot, it's not amazing. It's not like write, the news and tell them about Skycat, but it's really, really good for a solo player. It's corporation money that I'm making as a solo player. So I have to consider the only way I'm going to sell these two LSIs is if I drop 40 million off them and get the sales that I want. That will not make the other nerds happy. That will be robbing not only the nerds that I sell the LSIs to, but it'll also be robbing the other nerds that are my peers in the market. And so it's and remember, EVE Online is like Mortal. It is like the original Mortal. It's like the original, what's that in old school RuneScape, the wastes, the barren wastes or whatever, right? EVE Online is the original Barren Waste, but it's the entire game is the Barren Waste. So if you make enemies on the LSI market, they maybe gank you. They maybe come to the Ice Belt and gank you if they see you, just because they don't like that you dropped the price of LSIs. And that's something I have to take into consideration as a good player. A good player understands the people that they're stepping on and how. Same as the real life markets. If you think you're going to buy barrels of oil at $240, and then you go to the live market and sell them for 280, but everyone else is selling theirs for $303 a barrel, right? Those guys that are selling $303 barrels of oil, and who wake up every morning and check the price of a barrel of oil and stuff, they might bomb you. They really might not like that. They might really not like you if you do that. And EVE Online is no different. And you make grudges permanently when you do stuff like this. But I'm leaving the market. I'm leaving the market. So fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them. What do I care? I'm leaving the market. I'm not buying 2 billion worth of hypercores. They have ruined the hypercore market. It was never that bad. But what really killed the hypernet was that the nerds were doing massive fucking conjecture on hypercores. And they still are. You can fucking see it. Look at what a hypercore is. Sorry, I mistyped. Hypercore is the currency that you use to place things on the hypernet, and it is like the number 4 volume item in the game. First comes large skill injectors, second is small skill injectors, third is Master at Arms cerebral accelerators, and fourth is hypercores. And I'm sorry, Plex was number 1, but I forgot. I sort of discount Plex because it's like the monthly. It's like the monthly currency that you pay to buy monthlies with. And so Plex is the number 1 item, but it's also like, but it's also not really the real market though, because you can buy it with real life money. So I leave it out of the list. I'm talking about things that I can reach as a player without swiping, which is, the first thing is LSI, which is large scale injector. Second one is small scale injector. I know these things because I'm a tycoon and I work in these markets that giant corporations work in, and I contend with them. I do it solo. Most people can't do that. And I did it with a small investment of $30 cash. These guys continue their empires by swiping every month like $200 or something like that. I don't do that. I've never done that. I'll spend $200 for 2 accounts for a year, but I won't ever swipe for $200 a month on fucking Plex. I haven't been, or I'd be a lot richer than this. You know what I'm saying? I'm an honest player. I don't swipe for RMT. If I do, it's for a stake, not because I do it every day. You know, I wanted to play in the hypernet market. I couldn't risk my entire liquid on the hypernet market, so I invested $30 cash on some smart multiple character trainers, which is the 6th item in the list, right? Then after that, it goes LSI, large skill injector, small skill injector, which is SKI. Then after that is hypercores, and then after hypercores is master at arms cerebral accelerators. So like, and this is stuff that only corporations and crazy tycoons know. Nobody knows this stuff. The average solo player doesn't really know these things even exist, but I do, because I roll at a level that's so high for a solo player that I contend with the big boy markets, and I dictate what their prices are, because I can undercut them at any given time, which is what we're talking about right here. You know, so I'm gonna undercut. They're not going to like this. I'm going to make some enemies doing this. They're going to be very unhappy I did this, and I'm only going to sell 2 LSIs. But I mean, I'm leaving the fucking market, and I don't care what some piece of shit EVE Online player thinks. I don't care. Never have, never will. I tell a bitch. I tell a bitch. I'm just kidding. Now, I never have and I never will care about what some fucking video game nerd thinks. I've never have and never will care. I've had a better life long before I ever started playing World of Warcraft than these shitty nerds. I don't care, and by better life I mean like women and a band and like, you know, and success and like lots of hundreds of friends and stuff, and like, you know, big cultural icon in Denver and all this. And long before, not big, excuse me, but just like, I am a cultural icon in Denver. I go to all the bars and stuff. I am an actual like Denver, like, you know, socialite. And I just have never cared what some shitty internet nerd thinks about me. I never have and never will. I'll tell a bitch. Like I'll tell a bitch like 7-Up. I never have and I never will, bitch. I never have cared and never will care what some nerd on the internet thinks. So I just fucked probably like 50 nerds with just a couple of button clicks, and I brought their market down by a significant amount, like 15% or something like that. And I brought it down on purpose because I don't like how they treated me with the fucking hypercores. They shut me out of the goddamn market, so I fucked them in the end. Because I do play with the big bosses or whatever. I play with their money, and I'm more successful than them as a solo player in, you know, in the free state of Skycat as they slave away in their large clans, and I'm better than them. I always have been. I was one of the best WoW players in the world. I've always been better than these people. I've always had unlimited money and all that shit that comes with being the best, you know? That's this shit too. I don't have unlimited money, but I do have 30 billion flowing in and out, which is like having, you know, unlimited money. You know, I don't have unlimited money, but I do have 4 billion income in the last month, which is literally $50 USD cash in monthlies. You know what I'm saying? It full blown is, or it's a little less than that. It's like 40 or something. But yeah, and just in the last month, I've made 2 monthlies or something in terms of just income. And I have so much flowing out all the time. See all this red and green, that while I'm not some billionaire tycoon at any given time, I only ever sit on like, you know, 1 to 5 billion or something like that. I have 20 to 30 billion flowing in and out at all times. You know, it's just crazy. Like, or at least 4 billion in the last 4 days. Like the month started like, or so yeah, the month started 4 days ago, and I've had 4 billion flow in and out. And then you don't see it because it's hypernet, but I mean, it is 4 billion flowing in and out. It's insane. It's a couple of button clicks to me. You know, it's just a couple of button clicks. That's it. But, you know, but it is 4 billion flowing in and out, which is like really genuinely fucking really good money for a solo player. It really is. It's just like WoW, just like all the other games I play, you know. Hypercores. They fucked me on hypercores. It's not the market. I was dominant there. They fucked me on the taxes as usual. They fucked me on it. This used to be like 115,000 ISK. They just made it 4 times what it was. And they buy large amounts of it, 10,000, 50,000, shit like this. This fucked the hypernet. These fucking shitty, greedy nerds who think, I swear to God, they probably think that God told them that gambling is evil. So they cornered the hypercore market. I swear to God, it's some Christo-fascism stuff about gambling, because it shouldn't have ever been this crazy. Another reason it's like this is you can buy hypercores with real life money. It's the other thing like Plex that you can buy. There's like 6 things that you can buy to pay to win, and this is one of them, hypercores. If you can dominate, if you're smart enough like me to dominate the hypernet, because you know prices like the back of your fucking hand, and you're a good gambler, you know what risks and percentages are, and you know what you're likely to do and what you aren't likely to do, and you play like that, you can do really well on the hypernet. So how do you stop somebody like me making a solo fucking mint, like literally printing their own money? Well, you corner the hypercore market, and they did this with real life money. It's one of the reasons why I went to fucking CCP on Christmas, like Christmas Day of last year, December 25th, and I went onto their forums and I was like, somebody told me that you guys have turned into a gotcha piece of shit that's selling pay to win to fucking kids like fucking Robert Space Industries and shit like this. Somebody told me that you guys lost your morals and your ethics when you really quietly sold out to fucking what is it, 10 cents? They sold out to 10 cents. CCP sold out to 10 cents. 10 cent owns CCP and EVE Online. That's like a Chinese gotcha company. And yeah, they brought gotcha to goddamn EVE Online. So for Christmas, I gave CCP a Christmas present, and I went on their goddamn forums and I let the nastiest, probably the nastiest post anyone's ever said about CCP on their fucking forums. And it was the only post I've ever made on their forums. So they probably listened to it, right? It's not some fool that's on there for, 4,000 hours dropping 4,000 comments. It's some dude who's been playing the game for 15 years who only ever came there to say one thing ever, which was that you turned into a gotcha piece of shit fucking corpo asshole entity and I don't like you anymore. And I was like, my Christmas present to myself is not supporting EVE Online anymore. But I just swiped, and I just swiped for three more months and 200 Plex. Speaking of the 200 Plex, let's go sell it. I bought Plex today. I didn't buy Plex today. I just bought the normal 3-month that I would have bought. And they gave me 200 Plex because they're scared that I'm going to quit. Look at it. They gave me 215 Plex. That's a billion ISK. I'm going to go sell it right now because I don't care. You can't do this? Okay, you can only sell 100. Okay, 100 at that price. Okay, 100 at that price. I'll save some of this because there is sometimes occasionally good stuff on the NES store for sort of cheap. And I do want a little bit of Plex. They just gave me this Plex, right? They just gave it to me. So I will save a little bit of Plex to do conjecture on stuff like that. That mining barge operations expert system, right? I want to be able to buy like 4 or 5 of those when this 3-month runs out. I didn't want to lose my Omega for another couple of months because I am playing EVE Online pretty seriously right now. But I want to buy a lot of mining barge operation expert systems right now because I'm scared they'll just get more expensive or whatever. So I'm going to buy like 8 of these. Yeah, 7 of these. I'm going to buy 7 of these mining barge operation expert systems because I intend on oh, no. I'm going to buy, wait, what amount are you typing? 7, bitch. 7. It's not that fucking hard. Buy now. Okay, so no, that's the best thing I could do, mining barge operations expert systems, because if I ever go free like I'm gonna do on Fallout 76, and that's my next level. Like, to me, the next level in MMORPGs is never having to pay your sub ever again. And I'm not going to pay my sub. I'm not going to ever pay subs to Blizzard or EVE Online or Fallout 76 ever again. Let the whales do that. I played these games for decades, and I don't think I need to pay for these games anymore. I worked very hard to be able to reach the hypernet influence that I've reached. Oops, sorry. I was just gonna make sure I don't redeem the wrong thing. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, I went to the NES store, but I didn't get my 15,000 skill points for some reason. Maybe it just goes directly to the pool now. I guess it does, huh? So, Yeah, why do you make me click 15,000 skill points? Or I must have redeemed. Oh, well. So, yeah, these things won't expire. Is one of the beautiful things about them. Is the mining barge operation things, they won't expire. If I can use all these multiple pilot trainings to keep those other accounts, the other characters skilling, I could sell a couple of more LSIs on the fucking hypernet for 2 bills, something like that. And I think about that all the time, but I'm like, I don't know. I kind of want to just keep these multiple pilot trainings sitting in my docket for the rest of my life in case I ever need them. They're kind of like character boosts on World of Warcraft. They're actually really strong, and I got them for free, so I don't really want to, I don't really want to use them. So, but I did buy the mining bar. Well, I didn't buy. They gave me 200 Plex for just subbing. They just gave it to me. They're having a Plex special right now. So I spent the 200 Plex on mining barge operations because in 3 months, I intend on never paying EVE Online ever again, unfortunately. And I don't ever want to pay Fallout 76 ever again. I don't think I want to pay. I would like to pay Once Human. I do want to support Once Human. I like what they're doing in the market, and I think they're a good entity, and I want to support them. And I want to support Mortal. I think they're a good entity too. And so I will pay monthlies to Mortal and Once Human, but those are the 2 games I'm going to pay, because the other games, they're acting too gotcha. They're acting too shitty. They're engaging with child molesters. They're, oh my God. Why can't I drag this? You can't drag that?
The Nooks Taku channel began as a respected figure within the YouTube anime community, before transitioning into the commentary space.
So I've become somewhat of a scholar in VTubers as of recently. Don't worry, it was completely involuntary.
Noxtaku is a Canadian VTuber with a bit over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. For those who are unaware, VTube is an abbreviation for virtual YouTuber, and it basically just means they use an animated character to
The comments are flooded. For those of you that are unaware and uninitiated, you're just here because, I react to oh man, dude. I react to basically everything that goes on everywhere in the world, and it's obviously not some sort of crazy, parasocial sh**. That said, people are flooding my comment sections with Teen Titans Go references. I don't think you recognize. Quite how famous I am in the hate community. I'm being canceled by toddlers. It's amazing.
Oh, would you look at the time? It's another episode of Guess Who's Getting Cancelled this week. So, Nuxtaku is a YouTuber who's been under fire for quite a while. I'll be honest, going into this, I have no dogs in this fight. I've got no bias for or against the guy. I personally haven't really ever spoken to him properly before. And what I find really interesting is, like, I don't watch this guy's content. I don't think I've watched a single video, but to be fair, it's not even that I don't enjoy his content. When you're a YouTuber and you've been doing YouTube for so long, you just kind of don't really watch other people's content unless it's like a close friend or something like that. So basically, I'm just trying to get the message across that, like, covering this, I'm neutral. I'm Sweden in World War II. Now, whenever I'm scrolling on TikTok or something, I'll see a couple of memes, you know, like attacking Nuxtaku, but like in the same sense of how people would attack me as well. You know, it'd probably be a clip of Tony Soprano just like fainting, and the caption would be parasitical when the game doesn't have fat farting animals. But the hate that Nux is is getting doesn't seem to be kind of a, oh, we're laughing at you, but it's, you know, kind of goes both ways. This is like, no, these people absolutely despise him and they want him dead. Like, I've seen tweets against this guy that get over 100,000 likes on Twitter. That is insane numbers. So I really just wanted to do a deep dive and understand like why is he getting so much hate? So if you check Nux's main channel, he hasn't uploaded for around a month or so. And then if you go onto his second channel, he does daily slop like, you know, so many people on YouTube do right now. So there's not really anything out of the ordinary there. If you look through the content, you'll see it's mostly just reaction content, which again, it's like, you know, believe me, I'm not going to make the argument that Alldayerrydaybaby is making leaps and bounds. I'm not doing that. Don't you worry.
What do you say? Garbage?
Now, the one thing I will admit, though, is Nux definitely has me beat content-wise because I manage to usually get like one slop out a day, usually way too late, when this guy is pumping out like 2 to 3 videos a day. Now, from what I gather by looking into like the dislike ratio and stuff like that, even though we know, as I've said in the past, it's kind of proven to be a bit inaccurate because the way that the YouTube dislike works is it's obviously been completely hidden, but you can use the return YouTube dislike plugin. But again, it's inaccurate because it only shows people that actually have the plugin and they interacted with the video, and if they interact with the video, it's more inclined that they're going to dislike it. So I mean, I've had this in personal experience as well. Whenever you dislike a video and you see the dislikes are huge, it's not actually as bad as it looks usually. But looking at his recent videos, you can see that the videos he's made reacting to Jaden animation content, they've got very high levels of dislikes. So the main reason that I gather at the minute why Nux is getting so much hate, again, this is hate from the Twitter mob, and that can definitely be overblown quite a lot, is Jaden animations. Now, Jaden, she doesn't need any introduction. She basically started off by doing like storytime content on her channel, and she's actually stepped into being like a VTuber herself, especially with like streaming content and stuff. But she was actually in a Mr. Beast video, which was 50 YouTubers fight for $1 million. And obviously each YouTuber, because they're already minted beyond belief, basically were going to give the money to a specific charity. And with Jaden, she basically wanted to use the money to help put kids through art college. And there's a whole different drama about that as well. The fact that she was working on her version of appearing in that video to animate all of it, and then the allegations against Mr. Beast came out, and obviously, you know, you could tell that she was not happy about that by some of the tweets that she put out, and then also the description in the video itself just saying she does not associate with Mr. Beast like at all, despite being in the competition, doesn't condone any of the behavior or the allegations going around right now. And that really sucks as well, because it's obvious that, you know, when you make these animated storytime videos, they take a while to do. Now, I checked the description of Jaden's videos, and her animation team is massive. It is enormous, but at the same time, like that, it still takes time to put this stuff out. Now, from what my CIA analysts are telling me, one of the main reasons that Nux is getting so much hate at the minute is because he reacts to content, which again, like everyone does that. I literally have my own channel, Parasitical TV, where I just react to content and say something every 5 seconds.
Just put the gun to their
No way.
head.
What?
No shot. No shot. No cap or whatever it is. It's
In
like
the
all they say
big
or whatever.
Chungus Is that Benny? What have they done to my boy? But people have seemed to really have a problem with him recently because of his reactions to Jaden's content. What people don't seem to like is the way he's framing the videos, like the titling of the videos. It's not mentioning like Jaden. It's more mentioning how they've done something together, almost acting like it's kind of a collab of sorts. Like, for example, this title here that says Jaden Animations and I found out we have ADHD, or Jaden Animations shows me a cancelled Nintendo game. You know, it's just kind of framing to make it appear that it's like a collab when it's not. It's just a React Andy. And by the way, I am fully aware that I have done very similar things.
Wow. But that's plagiarism, though. It's like one thing he did was he just said he was doing collabs with Jaden Animations when they just weren't.
I'm basically the equivalent of the clickbait god.
Quite goal. Quite the goal. And definitely funny.
You know those videos that I called like the best game you've never played? It's probably a lie because like someone's played it. I mean, all right, you got some great examples here, right? If you look at Pyrocynical and type in PewDiePie, I don't know why. I had some weird obsession with making videos on him, probably because I'm a little leech, but you've got like, you know, answering for PewDiePie. Why does everyone hate PewDiePie? Did PewDiePie stop stealing my content? Response to PewDiePie. I was pretty much a complete vulture for content and pretty much still am. So, you know, some of the video titles that he used are actually pretty funny though. Like one of them here where Jaden was talking about her 10-year anniversary on YouTube and he titled it, "Goodbye, Jaden. I had a great 10 years on YouTube. All things..."
She didn't know him. She didn't know him. Where's my sticky thing? Give me my snipping tool. She doesn't know him. Where's my sticky tool? Give me a rectangle. Give me a rectangle. Go. No, give me a rectangle. You're so annoying. I want to go new. She does not know him.
Like the it's titled, it's like Jaden would be reacting to him quitting YouTube. There was even this one viral meme that was doing rounds on TikTok, and then it got shared on Twitter of going through a bunch of Nux's thumbnails, and the punchline for each one would basically be him self-inserting with someone saying, and Bumblebee.
And Bumblebee! And Bumblebee!
And Bumblebee.
And Bumblebee!
Apparently that's meant to be a bit with Teen Titans Go. Apparently there was like this one-off character called Bumblebee. So the entire running gag was just them saying Teen Titans.
And Bumblebee!
Now apparently he said he was going to do a video like addressing this huge drama situation, but that never ended up happening. And I'll be honest, like I do think like out of all the dramas I've seen on YouTube, this is like the biggest nothing burger. So unsurprisingly, I wasn't really worried if a response video would come out or not, because again, it's just like basically funny self-insert meme. But there have been clips of him on stream going around basically him saying that he just understands that a lot of people on the internet do absolutely despise him.
The comments are flooded. For those of you that are unaware and uninitiated, you're just here because, you know, I react to I react to basically everything that goes on everywhere in the world, and it's obviously not some sort of crazy parasocial That said, people are flooding my comment sections with Teen Titans Go references. People saying, and Bumblebee. Bro, I'm being canceled by toddlers. It's amazing!
And I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make this video, because again, I said earlier, like, I don't really know Nux that much. I've never had any bad experiences with the guy, but he's someone, I don't watch any of his content either, but like I said earlier, I just don't really watch that many YouTubers unless it's like friends and stuff nowadays. But it is just weird to see a situation where, from an outsider, it almost seems like the hate memes made against the creator have become bigger than the creator themselves. And then, of course, the fated event happened where Jaden uploaded her animation talking about, you know, winning the Mr. Beast $1 million competition. And then already you had people memeing on it straight away. It's like, why is Jaden hiding that she and Nux Taku won the challenge together? Sad face. And then Midas saying, I can't wait to see how Nux Taku 70k. 70k. Midas, I love you. I know you're a Twitter Andy, but 70k. He actually gets so many likes. That's wild. Midas, I do want to say in the brief off chance that you're watching this video, please God tell me that you have Twitter monetization turned on, because if not, Elon is just basically making free money out of you. The hate bandwagon against Nux got so big, there were people that were like even preemptively making the Jaden animation and Nux Taku thumbnail, you know, to like just give it to him for free. Since we all know it's coming, I figured I'd just make the thumbnail and title it for him so he can put in even less effort. And then the same guy, Salty, he ended up doing like an update when Nux actually put the thumbnail out. And, you know, again, no hate to Nux, but they do look very similar. And the fact that the guy made it as a meme to like clown on him and it looks so similar anyway. Again, I've said this loads of times. I don't want people to get it twisted or anything like that. I don't think Nux Taku should be cancelled, but also
no, I don't think so. Well,
you think the clowning on him to an extent is kind of funny. I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this, because overall it's more like kind of a light-hearted story.
It is funny.
The most inflated quotation marks imaginable. I say light-hearted like when you tell your mate to kill themselves on Discord and then they reply
the Rizzler.
Now, obviously, Nux is fully aware that there is like a huge hate mob against him at the minute. He has actually addressed the whole, you know, me and Jaden kind of thing, saying that he's getting cancelled.
I'm being cancelled by toddlers. It's amazing.
Canceled by toddlers.
And then on top of that as well, he even...
You probably shouldn't say that you know somebody when you don't. It's kind of crazy. It's something sociopaths with. It's something a sociopath
he even acknowledges the Bumblebee.
Saying you know somebody when you don't. That seems fucking weird to me. What?
That's it.
And not just that, but he's trying to pull like 1 million hits off of YouTube so he can support himself. So he just drops her name like he knows her. And that's scummy. That's so scummy, you know? That's scummy as hell. And to do it to a woman, too? I actually wouldn't care so much if he'd done it to a man. But honestly, just picking some random lady on the fucking YouTube and just saying that you know her and start doing collabs with her that don't exist, with a relationship that doesn't exist, that's so scummy and so weird and so dumb. It's like I'm never going to ever watch him. Never. Just, you know, he is canceled in my book. That's enough. That's enough for me. That seems so fucking weird and creeper. And just, you know, and there's reasons why people dislike him, yeah.
People are flooding my comment sections with Teen Titans Go references.
Yeah,
people
why?
Saying, and Bumblebee.
and Bumblebee.
Now, usually this is where I'd start to wrap up the video and say a bunch of useless nonsense, but somehow it still kept going even after that. So as you know, and as you may have seen, a lot of people have Chrome extensions that change the thumbnails of videos. Like, for example, a very popular one called the Mr. Beastify Chrome extension, which is not aged that well due to recent allegations, but you could basically just get a selfie of Mr. Beast in your thumbnail. And then one person had the genius idea and basically tweeted out browser extensions that take every YouTube video starting with I and replaces it with we and adds Nux Taku in the thumbnail. And again, 80,000 likes. Holy. And then someone replied and came out with a Nux Taku Chrome extension, which you can download right now. Apparently it's not available on Firefox though, unlucky. And to people on Linux, it'll probably be available in 7 decades. And if you go into the overview of this plugin, it wasn't cap. It takes every single YouTube video starting with I and replaces it with we, and then adds Nux Taku into the thumbnail. It also works with me, my, and mine, etc. So then obviously people started running wild with that plugin. You had stuff like, you know, we play doors again, like it's a collab with Queso. And then people started doing double damage by stacking the Mr. Beast plugin with the Nux Taku one. So here you go, Germa clips that we force our non-viewer Andy friends to watch. Now that's pretty much where it concludes. Nux hasn't responded, and he doesn't really need to, I feel. And Jaden hasn't responded like she needs to. Again, this is...
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this guy, but I didn't want to weigh in. I'm just telling you, and I'll leave it at that, you know. I feel you. Okay, well. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I was supposed to go upstairs to help my family here at noon, but it turns out that I maybe don't have to do that, which is good. Wow.
I feel that this is such a non-drama. It's just one of those situations where...
Hello? Oh, 12:30, not 12? Okay. 12:30. All right, bye. Never mind, I do have to go at 12:30, so...
Like, it's kind of funny to look at from a distance and go, haha, Lamau, he said we instead of I. That's funny. I think what's happened is Jaden has an enormous fan base, right? Especially with people on Twitter that are in that kind of like art community and stuff. And I feel that they've now only just recently discovered who Nux is, when in reality, he's been doing this for years. Like, for example, 2 years ago, Ludwig and I summarized the Johnny Depp trial. It's not Ludwig and you, like you're reacting to Ludwig. And then there's another one, Penguin Z0 and I hate this anime cringe. And then another one here, Umberville and I destroy Sniper Wolf. Like, like,
What?
again, it's just the way that he titles videos. It's not really like a bad thing. And again, it's like...
It is a bad thing.
This video to say clickbait is le bad, because I would be the biggest hypocrite on earth. Like, there was even one person on Twitter basically saying that they filed a report on Nux's YouTube account, reporting it as sexual content and harassment since she's a non-consenting person. And when it reaches that point, I think it's like, okay, we need to just take a break from the internet for a minute. Okay, if you want to laugh at the Sans Undertale man for saying people are in the video that aren't, that's fine, fair enough. But stuff like that is like, holy reach. And what kind of video is it without a Breaking Bad reference? This actually reminds me of the time where Walter is having a breakdown to Jesse, talking about who's going to get a share of the cut.
And then genius. Huh? I don't know. You don't know. You know why you don't know? Because you don't think. That's why. You don't think. You never figured out how to think, did you, Pinkman?
Hey, I said I was sorry. I just need my half of the money and I will go.
Your half.
I love rewatching Breaking Bad. It is actually like it's like an
I
SNL
love
bit
Breaking
because
Bad
Bryan
is-
Cranston like used to be a comedy actor, you know, like Malcolm in the Middle and stuff.
Yeah, there is like a lot of really good comedy in Breaking Bad. It was a very darkly funny television show in a lot of ways. Like, there's this hilarious scene, I think in the fucking 3rd or 4th episode of the whole series, where, like, he's at the PTA with his wife, and he's having marital struggles because he's been, like, distanced because he's become this meth cook, and he's working, but she doesn't know. And so she doesn't know what he does, and they're having, like, marital struggles. He disappears all the time. She knows something's up, and she doesn't know what it is. He's a meth cook, and she doesn't know. And it's actually quite funny, and he is full-blown hiding it from her. There's no, like, ifs, ands, or buts, or slip-ups, or any honesty at all. He fucking definitely hides it from her. Really, really, quite a lot, you know. For a long time, for, you know, like 5 years, he hides it from her. And there's this hilarious scene where they're at the PTA long before she's given up on him. He runs his hand up her, and we've all done this to the girls that we know. He runs his hand up her thigh in the middle of the PTA meeting. And she's like, "What?" And so then after the PTA meeting, they fuck in the car at the school in the parking lot, which is probably honestly a sex crime, frankly. Maybe it might be considered a sex crime. Are you allowed to fuck somebody in an elementary school parking lot or whatever? I guess it was a middle school at there. Yeah, maybe it was a middle school, or he was a high school teacher, wasn't he? Yeah, so it was a high school. And so yeah, I don't know if it's a sex crime to have sex in the high school parking lot. It probably isn't, but it's close to it, and it's hilarious. And afterwards she's like, "Why was it so good?" And he was like, "'Cause it's illegal." And that's the sort of dark humor that you'll see in Breaking Bad. I love that scene. That was such a good scene. You know, we've all done it. We've all ran, or at least I have. I ran my fucking hand up my girlfriend's pussy in public a whole bunch of times in my lifetime. You just do it. You're just like, ha ha ha. You know what I'm thinking about? And they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And it's like, "I'm putting my hand in your pussy up your skirt right now. And we're at your parents for dinner." You don't say it because they're talking about the Super Bowl or something. And you're at the dinner table with the parents, and you run your hand up that girl's panties. We've all done it. It's basically, you know, it's so naughty, but we've all done it. We all do it. Like, I'm horny for you right now, and it's a completely irresponsible, terrible time to be horny for you right now, and I'm letting you know how horny I am for you right now during this dinner with your parents or something. Which is when I did it. I did it when, okay, so my ex-girlfriend, my first girlfriend, she had divorced parents, and so she would go over to her dad's for the weekend, and she would have me come visit her at her dad's, which was a terrible idea because her father was like this uptight Republican dude who really didn't want his daughter to lose her virginity before marriage and shit. It was just a terrible idea. And so I knew not only was she horny, she was like, fuck, we have to go to dinner. We were like snogging in her bedroom with the door open, trying to hide it from him. And she was like, fuck, we have to go to dinner. And I was like, oh, we have to go to dinner. I want to keep kissing you, you know? And it's like, yeah, we have to go to dinner. And it's like, fuck, okay. And so during the dinner, I ran my hand up her fucking pussy in the middle of the fucking conversation. And she was like, what are you doing? But she didn't want me to stop. She didn't want me to stop at all. She didn't tell me to stop. She did not take my hand away at all in any way or form. She really wanted it, you know? It was just hilarious. And like, and so, yeah, and I proceeded to just basically fuck my girlfriend while we had a conversation with her father. It is so naughty, but I mean, do I regret it? No. Not at all. And I mean, this happened. I swear to God, it happened. I didn't come up with this story. I mean, you can't come up with a story like this. It just happened. It happened, you know. So then, and also, so after dinner, we go back to her room, and he knows we're snogging. He's not dumb, but he doesn't think we're fucking. But she just jumps me. She jumped me and fucked me right then and there. She was like, you're so bad. You're so bad. I remember saying it. She's like, you're so fucking bad. You're so bad. And she just pulled off her fucking skirt and her panties, and she got naked from the bottom half, and she just jumped me. She's like, you're so fucking bad. And she was like, you're so bad. And she jumped me. I missed that girl. And I was like, we can't fuck. He's in the next room. And she was like, yes, we can. You will fuck me right now. And I was like, we cannot fuck. It's going to be too loud. You're going to get me killed. And she was like, you are going to fuck me right now. You started this. And I was like, so then I fucked her maybe 13 feet from her father, who had his door open in his office. And she had her door open, and it stank of sex, and I don't know how we didn't get caught. And it was fucking terrible. She was in heat. She was so horny. She was in heat. When I ran my hand up her skirt in the middle of conversation with dinner with her uptight Republican dad, the oil guy. He was an oil rights manager or something like that. And he was a great guy. I liked him a lot. But I mean, you know, we were like 15 and just horny. We were 15 and horny, and we just weren't going to not keep our hands off each other. It was just the reality, you know. We were exploring like our first real love relationship with each other, and you know, it was deep, and we really loved each other, and we couldn't keep our hands off each other. It was just insane. And it was her too. She initiated just as much as I did. She was a horny girl, and you know, and I did one of the more brazen things I've ever done, which was fuck my girlfriend. She's rode me, and she rode me hard too, and it was hard. She was like trying to get caught, pushing it right there to the fucking edge. She was like, okay, you want to be all bad, fucking touch me in the middle of dinner and stuff. She was like, all right, get caught by my father then. And she fucked me loud and hard. And it was like, oh my God, if he finds out, he's going to kill me. He's going to shoot me in the face with a shotgun. It was the scariest thing I've almost ever done. It's one of the more scary things I've ever done. But I was just like, I don't know. You know, I'm not going to tell the girl no. I'm not going to tell her no. I mean, no. Oh, I'm not going to tell her no. That's not going to happen.
Like that, like almost theater level, and it's like if you watch any of his
yeah, and Breaking Bad had a moment just like that where he runs his hand up her fucking thigh, and we've all done this too. I've never met a man who probably doesn't do this. It's a hilarious play, but when you're really into the girl, you want to let her know that you're like in love with her, and you don't care about the situation, right? So yeah. Yeah, and so unfortunately, guys, I got called away here, which is fucking shitty, but it is the truth. I got called away. I might stay for a few more minutes, but I have to go upstairs soon. She said 12:30, and I have to go to the bathroom, and I may just go, you know. Unfortunately, I don't want to. Let's finish the video.
Performances now, it's like you could actually add a laughter track afterwards. But yeah, I know this is like the most non-drama of all time. I just think it's overall just a huge nothing burger. I think the only reason I really wanted to talk about it is because like I don't know why. I don't know what is up with the algorithm, but when I'm scrolling on Twitter or TikTok, I would just constantly see memes ribbing on Nux.
We? Who's we?
Who's we?
There is no we.
There is
But yeah,
no
what am I
we.
gonna
There is no we.
call the video? The Nux Taku situation is insane. Oh god, I hate the YouTube algorithm so much. You know what we should do? We should go back to like
Anyways, so she is so fine.
Positive, with players saying it feels like a worse, more expensive version of the game they already paid for and then lost access to. Meanwhile, Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard for nearly $69 billion. For a minute, fans hope the acquisition will let Blizzard slow down and be weird again. But instead, between 2019 and 2025,
Sid's
there
so
are
good.
thousands of layoffs across Activision Blizzard and Microsoft Gaming.
Yeah, I forgot all about this. Well, I am going to go. I'm going to eat lunch, and I'm going to do what I have to do upstairs. I will see you guys in like a couple of hours, unfortunately. But yeah, I've got like 2 hours of sitting there and doing some stuff upstairs, unfortunately. So I will be back. You've been watching Skycat Live. I'm going to pause this video here with the station identification first, which is Skycat Live. I have a website. It is skycat.live. Come to Skycat Live. Come to Skycat. Come to the come click on the cat space to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. And yeah. And yeah, and yeah, I love you guys. Thank you so much. I will see you later. I'm gonna pause this video and unpause the video. Sorry guys, I'm unpausing. I've only done an hour of streaming today or something way back, like no, 3 hours, sorry, 3 hours, way back in like, I don't know, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something. Here we are, 9 hours later, I'm cracking a fucking Voodoo Ranger. And I'm going fucking live 24/7, you know what I'm saying? I'm just here every day. So I'm gonna go claim all these games on Amazon if I could see my mouse. Piece of shit software developer really doesn't want you to see your mouse. So there we go. Ooh, that was, oh no, no, my, I guess, is Madden free? They should give Madden 25 away for free. Claim game, claim game. They've, Lego 2K Drive, Ash World, Gunslugs. Okay, so I want to go back to the Amazon Luna thing because you're annoying me. You're making me double click everything, which is like a weird form of fucking, you know, weird form of fucking grift or something. I'm not really sure. But anyways, we're going to say open link a new tab. Playing the game. Open link a new tab. Playing the game. Open the link in new tab. Playing the game. Open, go back. Motherfucker, go back, motherfucker. You're so bad at this. Go back. Fucking Amazon. How are you this incompetent? Play game. No, I don't want to play a game. No, I don't want to play. I don't want to play that game. No. How to play. How to play. I think I got everything. Yeah, claim. No, I didn't. Claim game. Get game. Close, close, close. Go back and yeah, we'll fire up Overwatch. Yeah, we're gonna play some Overwatch. I've not been on all goddamn day. I just did real life stuff today for 12 hours. If I was smart, I would clean my house. But no, I'm gonna leave that for some other day, for some other Skycat. I'm gonna just play video games because that's what I do. Oh good, okay, so we're back here, but we haven't done anything yet. I don't think I need Eve right now. I don't think I need Eve, so I was just gonna log off it. Let's go to, Overwatch. And I will play some Overwatch. Okay, oh, thank you, Glorbis, for the fucking sub. I appreciate it. Let's see. Glorbis said something. Of course, Skycat, your sub will always be on auto renew. I've been happy to see you and beg on rekindling your friendship. I wish you the best, Cat, and I will catch you on the next stream. Not sure why I sent hard eyes rather than just regular hair, but oh well. I get you, buddy. No worries. His friendship reminds me fuck yeah, let's go Glorbis. Glorbis is a really awesome person.
James Lucas
I can see it coming through the cable wires. I can feel the energy coming through the cable wires of a good person. Good people give me reasons to live.
In newly uncovered
Not too many good people.
correspondence between Epstein, futurist Pablo Holman, and former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, taken from the over 3 million Epstein files that were released on Friday. Conversations were had about, quote, indoctrinating kids into an economy through in-game cosmetics. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real-world rewards, Kotick said in an email to Epstein. Learn to read, earn cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual items in games. Interestingly, these emails were sent on May 3rd of 2013, mere months after Black Ops 2 launched, the first game in the series to feature microtransactions. Activision tested the waters with personalization packs, extra slot packs, and paid calling cards, the first of which released on April 12th, 2013. Call of Duty Ghosts, which launched later that year, went even further with paid special characters, voiceover packs, skins, camos, and even weapons. It's not hard to draw a line between these conversations with Epstein and industry figures and the sudden boom in microtransactions that occurred around the same time period. But what's most concerning is the apparent interest to normalize aggressive monetization strategies towards younger audiences, as suggested in remarks made by Epstein's associates in the DOJ documents. Since this happened, gaming has become even more hyper-commodified to the point where AAA game studios are nickel and diming customers in every conceivable way. Like, they're getting creative with how greedy they are. They're not just selling cosmetics these days to gamers, they're charging for access to portions of games, and they're deliberately designing some games to be overly tedious to coerce gamers into buying upgrades that'll accelerate their progression. It's just disgusting. And Epstein didn't single-handedly create this trend, obviously, seeing as how microtransactions already existed long before he hyped them up in that email and after Call of Duty had already implemented them for the first time. But it's not unreasonable to assume that maybe he influenced Bobby Kotick to make them at least a little bit more predatory in the next Call of Duty, seeing as how he was a financier after all. Oh, and he was also encouraged to invest in Activision 5 years later, where he's told by Paul Barrett, sounds like they have successfully integrated the Battle Royale Fortnite format into the latest Call of Duty game. And Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision at the time, who was talking to Epstein, was also named in the Epstein files hundreds of times, and you might not be too surprised to find out that he was also covering up sexual misconduct at the highest levels of his company for years. So it's no surprise that a creep like him would also be drawn to somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, but the plot thickens even further when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and video games, believe it or not, because he also helped to indirectly cultivate the regressive, hyper-reactionary gaming culture that's ubiquitous on the internet these days. And I say this because journalist Ryan Broderick, who's followed the rise of the far-right's infiltration of male-dominated spaces on the internet for years, explains how Jeffrey Epstein played a role in radicalizing young men. He writes, based on the documents we have access to, these were twin obsessions for Epstein, manipulating what we see online and finding digital alternatives to traditional finance, i.e. crypto. During the last years of his life, these two ideas would dovetail into one project, building a far-right takeover of Europe with Steve Bannon. Bannon first enters the picture when Epstein took an interest in World of Warcraft. Epstein was close with Brock Pierce, cryptocurrency entrepreneur who co-founded the stablecoin Tether. In 2001, Pierce founded Internet Gaming Entertainment, or IGE, a company that tried to build a trading market for in-game currency for video games like WoW. In 2007, Pierce was replaced at IGE by Bannon, and in November of 2016, Epstein's longtime accountant Richard Kahn emailed Epstein a Wired article about Bannon's role at IGE. In-game currency especially was a fixation for him. He emailed former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick in May 2013 a long diatribe about using virtual items in in-game currency to co-opt the existing video game industry and replace traditional education. He seemed to think you could inspire kids to learn better by gamifying it. Now let's pause right there because we're circling back to Epstein's successful co-optation of the video game industry, and the timeline here is really important. So prior to his role with Call of Duty's microtransactions, Epstein was already paying individuals to manage his online perception, especially after his 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution of a child. Now, based on the emails that we've seen, it does seem like Epstein really was obsessed with manipulating online discourse too, as Broderick reported. Now, around 2011, Epstein took particular interest in 4chan, and its creator, Christopher Poole, aka Moot, shut down its politics board after it became a safe haven for Nazis. So he made the right decision, but then conspicuously around a year later, he brought it back despite knowing the danger that it posed to the public. Now, Broderick explains, it has never made much sense as to why Poole would ban New for being a racist hellhole, and then barely a year later launch Poll, which stands for politically incorrect, a board specifically designed to be a racist hellhole. But buried inside the newest batch of files related to the Epstein investigation is a possible hint as to what made Poll change his mind. He met with Epstein the day before Poll was created. And that's quite the coincidence, is it not? So Epstein somehow presumably got Moot to bring back this Nazi forum for some reason, and would you look at that, it took off. Now, maybe it happened organically, maybe Epstein played a role in making it more popular, we have no idea. But what we do know is what happened after this Nazi forum came back. White supremacist memes from this 4chan board ended up gaining popularity, especially after they trickled down to Reddit and Facebook. Edgy, racist memes and anti-Semitic memes and homophobic and transphobic memes became really popular, especially in online spaces dominated by young men. Think Pepe the Frog circa 2015 and whatnot. And this board found other ways to galvanize young men by popularizing anti-SJW sentiment and even launched Gamergate, which was when the floodgates to online reactionary content just like burst open. But other nefarious actors also took Gamergate to the next level by mainstreaming it, and that includes Steve Bannon's website. Broderick continues, in March of 2012, Steve Bannon, following the death of conservative blogger Andrew Breitbart, was installed as the editor-in-chief of Breitbart News. In 2014, 4chan's video game board V and Poll started lighting up about the Gamergate conspiracy theory. Milo Yiannopoulos, then a young tech writer for Breitbart, would transform Gamergate from fringe message board drama into the cornerstone of the global far-right movement by repackaging it in articles optimized for Facebook traffic, which was perfect timing because Epstein was beginning to work his way into Silicon Valley. And that branches off into an entirely different story where Epstein infiltrated tech circles and got close to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, and he even offered to help pay for Thiel's lawsuit against Gawker. I believe he encouraged the former Prime Minister of Israel to get in bed with Palantir. There's a lot there, but that's a different story for a different day. But to go back to 2011, Epstein helped unleash 4chan's Nazi board on the public. and it was a boon for right-wing operatives like Steve Bannon. So we're starting to kind of see the origins of the modern online far-right movement and how both Epstein and Bannon played very crucial roles. But it wasn't until 2017 that Epstein and Bannon would actually meet for the first time once journalist Michael Wolff connected them. Now, the context is important here because you've got Epstein, who is a pedophile who wants to control what we see on the internet, and then you've got Steve Bannon, an architect of the modern white supremacist movement who facilitated Trump's rise to power, and they both came together to do some evil. Specifically, they wanted to crush the Me Too movement, which was popping off at the time. Quote, the two men brainstormed how to use cryptocurrency to fund a populist nationalist coalition that could stave off Time's Up, this is Me Too, for the next decade plus. And it seems like both Bannon and Epstein had already independently figured out the perfect place to build that coalition, 4chan. And as we now know, their coalition was indeed very, very successful. And side note, in 2018, after they formed this coalition, Bannon was trying to help Jeffrey Epstein rehabilitate his image. He wanted to crush the pedo movement. You can read this in the emails, and talked about how they needed to get people to not view Jeffrey Epstein as a monster and rather to view him as a human. So Bannon was trying to stage the comeback for Jeffrey Epstein. So they were working hand in hand. But to get back to the coalition, that coalition that they built appears to be the catalyst for the universalization of the global fascist movement that still exists today. With Epstein's connections to world leaders and Bannon's internet savvy, they were able to plant the seeds of fascism around the world and watched it grow. Now, Bannon gained a foothold in the UK and in Germany, France, and Hungary, and he started advising their fascist politicians and helping their movements grow as well. And in the newly released Epstein files, we do get a glimpse of how Bannon worked with Epstein behind the scenes to foster this global fascist movement that they built
God
together.
damn it.
Roderick writes, in July of 2018, Epstein told Bannon that he was wrestling with how to get a team of hackers for Bannon and wanted to use a zero-day exploit to target crypto wallets and voting booths. And in another email that month, Epstein also alleged that Marine Le Pen's far-right Front National Party was financed by Russia. And over the next 6 months, the men continued to scheme with each other over text. In March of 2019, Rod Larson texted Epstein trying to lift Shinzo Abe on world stage as key to Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro, Orbán Salvini. And Epstein texted Bannon, now at the pyramid, referring to the Louvre pyramid, with the entire government. What are your plans? So they were very clearly trying to nurture a global fascist movement that is still very much prominent until this day. And the wind under their sails was an online campaign of manipulation, specifically of young men, that emanated from 4chan, as we now know. And as is the case with all things Epstein-related, we're barely even scratching the surface because there's so much there. Epstein also invested in technology that helped Russia, whose internet research agency also manipulated people online, mostly at the behest of Donald Trump in the lead up to the 2016 election. But we don't know if he had any role with that operation or other foreign operations. Just there's so many fucking questions that it's making my head spin. But we might never know the full extent of the online manipulation that Epstein played a role in, but we can say with certainty that reactionary gaming channels that feed into anti-woke outrage to this day, like Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, and others, they all owe their success to Jeffrey Epstein. He paved the path for them. The 4chanification of right-wing politics is a direct result of Jeffrey Epstein. And it's convenient for the Epstein class that right-wing reactionaries get their audiences to fixate on niche gaming-related culture war issues, since that's a really nice distraction from the ways that the Epstein class is robbing the rest of us blind. In fact, I would take it a step further and say that most right-wing influencers today, not just the gamer ones, arguably owe their entire careers to Jeffrey Epstein, because had he not intervened to get Moot to resurrect the politics board, which drives so much right-wing discourse online, there might have never been a lane for these grifters to exist in the first place. And ironically, these same people who championed the release of the Epstein files are now either downplaying Trump's role in it, or they're just pretending like they don't see all of the headlines that we're all seeing for obvious reasons. You know who I'm talking about, the Alex Joneses and the libs of TikToks of the world who thinks every single LGBTQ plus person ever is a groomer, but apparently the president that she supports is totally innocent. So the rabbit hole goes so much deeper than any of us thought, and the more we learn, the more questions we have. But at least we now know for sure why Donald Trump and the Republican Party fought so hard to stop the release of the Epstein files. Our suspicion was right. We were correct to trust their guts. It's because they're all over that shit, all of the elites. And if they're not directly implicated themselves, powerful people that donate to them or otherwise have them by the balls are implicated. So if the DOJ is willing to release all of this, I can't imagine what they're still keeping from us.
Gotta play some music.
I voted for him. I supported him. I never thought this would happen to us.
We hear stories about deportation all the time. You hear the people telling them are the ones the right-wing media demonize. But what happens when the plea for mercy comes from a U.S. citizen? One who spent years cheering for the very deportation force that is now destroying her family? Meet Hannah Silveira. The casual observer, she looks like the archetypal mega influencer. He wore the red hat, parroted the talking points about law and order. He championed the politicians who built their careers on closing the borders and removing the dangerous foreigners. She believed in the movement. She believed that because she was an American citizen, and because her husband was a good person, living a quiet life, the leopard would never eat her face. She thought her citizenship was a shield that covered her entire household. Well, it's 2026. The leopard has arrived. Despite her loyalty, despite her voting record, and despite her status as a born and bred American, Hannah Silveira says that her family was left with no other option but to leave the United States entirely and to begin again abroad. This isn't just a story about a broken immigration system. This is a brutal case study in cognitive dissonance. Today we're going to look at how a MAGA influencer found out the hard way that to the nativist movement, your marriage license does not grant you immunity. For years, immigration advocates warned that these America First policies weren't just about stopping illegal border crossings. They were about stripping away discretion, removing due process, and targeting anyone without permanent status, even if they are married to U.S. citizens. But for people like Hannah, those warnings were dismissed as liberal fear-mongering TDS. She believed the rhetoric. Don't worry, guys, we're going to go after the criminals, the bad hombres. She mistakenly assumed that her husband, a man that she built a life with, would be safe because he was with her. But as Hannah discovered, the line she thought protected her husband doesn't exist anymore. To understand the tragedy and the irony of the situation, you have to understand Hannah's worldview. Hannah Silveira wasn't a passive observer. She was an active participant in the MAGA ecosystem. She fell into a specific category of voter, the citizen who believes that their privilege extends by proxy to their loved ones. Hannah likely viewed her husband not as a foreigner subject to immigration law, but simply as her husband. In her mind, his identity was anchored to her. She's an American. Therefore, her family is American too. She validated nativist talking points. The movement said mass deportations she cheered, likely picturing strangers she didn't know, were portrayed as threats on Fox News. She bought into the binary worldview that there are the bad immigrants, again the ones portrayed as criminals on Fox News, Newsmax, and the good immigrants, people like her husband, who work hard and love their families. She thought her political loyalty was a form of currency. She thought that by voting Republican and signaling her patriotism, she was earning cash for her household. But here's that brutal reality she missed. The nativist agenda does not care who you voted for. The policies designed by architects like Stephen Miller were never intended to filter for ideology or marital status. They were intended to filter for nationality. Hannah spent years feeding the alligator, confident it knew she was a friend. But when ICE agents looked at her husband, They didn't see the spouse of a loyal MAGA supporter. They just saw a target number on a spreadsheet. So how did the husband of a U.S. citizen get deported? This is the part that Hannah and many of her followers likely didn't understand about the system they voted to tighten. There is a widespread myth that marrying an American citizen is a get-out-of-jail-free card. It's not. While marriage provides a pathway to a green card, it is not automatic. It is fraught with legal landmines. Under the previous administration, there was something called prosecutorial discretion. This meant ICE agents could look at a case, say a man with no criminal record who was married to a U.S. citizen, and say, well, he's a low priority, we're just going to leave him alone. But the MAGA platform, the platform Hannah voted for, explicitly campaigned on ending prosecutorial discretion. They promised zero tolerance. They promised to unshackle ICE. Zero tolerance means exactly what it says. It means the agent no longer has the power or the instruction to say, but he's a good guy married to an American. It means if there is a technical violation, a missed deadline, or a previous entry issue, the law is applied with maximum severity. When Hannah voted for law and order, she was voting to strip the system of the very empathy her husband needed to be able to stay. She voted for the administration that appointed the hardliners who are now denying his appeal. She championed the system of extreme vetting and rigid enforcement, assuming her husband had enough merit to pass. She didn't realize the goal of the America First immigration policy isn't to keep families together, it's to get numbers up. And her husband is now a number. Perhaps the most painful part of this saga for Hannah isn't the government's action. It's the reaction from members of her own team. You would think that the conservative movement would rally around a U.S. citizen wife losing her provider and partner. After all, they claim to be the party of family values. But go look at the comments on her story from the hard right. Did they start a GoFundMe campaign for her legal fees? Did they petition her congressman to save her husband? No. The response was largely cold. Hard indifference. Oh, you broke the law. Should have done it the right way. Bye. But he didn't do anything. He was going in for his green card interview and he was snatched. This is the moment the illusion breaks. The MAGA movement, Hannah was a useful tool during elections. But now that the policy is being enforced, her pain is irrelevant. The purity of the ethno-nationalist goal outweighs the sanctity of her marriage. Hannah is finding out that the community she built online was conditional. It was conditional on her attacking the right people. Now that she's the one begging for an exception to the rules, the well has run dry. She is realizing people she should stood shoulder to shoulder with at random view her marriage as illegitimate because of
we got this.
To them, she isn't a victim. She is a citizen who harbored an alien. There is a psychological term for what Hannah experienced. The good one fallacy. It is a survival mechanism. Many people believe that if they just distance themselves enough from the bad ones, the criminals, the invaders, they and their own loved ones will be safe. It's a bargain you make with a system that is hostile to outsiders. You say, my husband, he works, he loves America, he's married to me, a patriot. But as we're seeing with the Silveira family, that bargain is nothing more than a scam. The deportation machine does not have a sensor that detects how much his wife loves
Stay on
the
target.
president.
Stay on target.
On cold, bureaucratic statutes. When you support policies that strip humanity from the immigration process, you are handing the government a loaded weapon. You can't be surprised then when they turn that weapon on your own home. She poured the gasoline in the house, confident that the fire would only burn the neighbors. And now she's choking on the smoke in her own living room. Now it's easy to look at the story and feel a sense of Schadenfreude and say, what you voted for, man. Hey, that's true. That is true. The lesson, though, here is that it's bigger than just one influencer.
Oh my god.
This is a warning
Everybody
to anyone who
together.
thinks they are the exception to the rule.
And then everybody clap.
Remember, authoritarianism demands purity, and it does not respect friendship or loyalty. Hannah thought she was on the inside looking out. She was wrong. And now, if you found this breakdown valuable, please hit that like button.
Great game, guys. Great game.
More people who need to hear them. Tell me in the comments.
Team kill.
B for Hannah, or do you think that's exactly what she earned?
Fuck yeah, Nova gets the fucking thing for talking. Bavando. Go team!
Their testifying, and I'm very interested to kind of see what comes out of this.
I think we all are. So we'll see what happens there. But now I want to go into the main focus of this episode. Corinna Shuliak, okay? Is this somebody that you knew before? Is this somebody, her name surfacing so prominently in these financial documents? A, what does that signal to you? And B, have you heard about her before? What do you know about her?
So I'll answer the second one first, which is I had not heard about her before until this recent, document avalanche that we got. As far as everything, I mean, he's looking at leaving her a 33-carat diamond. I should have looked up what that was worth. I have no idea, but I would imagine millions and millions of dollars. The island itself, there was another $50 million in liquid assets, plus apparently he was looking at a ranch and possibly a Paris property. So obviously this person was somebody who meant a great deal to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the reason for that, I'm not exactly sure. I also find it interesting that this will was signed by him 2 days prior to his death.
Yeah.
Isn't
that funny?
It's hard to overlook that.
But I won't vote.
Yeah, because
I'll vote for Sombra,
that would seem to suggest to me that the theories out there that he was killed, I don't know if that necessarily lines up. I mean, it would make more sense if he was getting all of his affairs in order and 2 days later did something to himself versus 2 days later he was killed, or some will say, oh, he knew he was going to be killed, right? I mean, that does become a question.
I do think it changes the public narrative a bit. It's like either he knew it was coming, so that means one of two things: either he did it himself, which is in this case I would say the more likely outcome, or he knew somebody was coming for him. And I think that it's probably more the former than the latter.
So let's talk about this, because I think the financial documents tell a lot of the story. There was this shift that apparently from this earlier document in January of 2019 to the 1953 trust in August, again, that he apparently signed in jail just 2 days before he died. What does that tell you, right, about Epstein's state of mind? What does it tell you about his priorities? That's what we're talking about. So I want to talk about the two fixers that are named alongside here. So you have Darren Indyke and Richard Kahn. And from a legal and a practical standpoint, their central roles as executors and trustees. Do you know anything about them? Have you heard about their names before? Does it tell you anything about the structure of this?
They're another one that I had not heard before this whole myriad of information came out. But the thing about Epstein is you can say what you want. He was obviously a very vile human being. He was a trafficker, a convicted pedophile, or convicted trafficker, predator. But he was brilliant. You can't deny that. So he surrounded himself with people who he knew would maintain his secrets, do what he wanted, and even in death, that I think still stays true. Now, to answer your question, the ship, for whatever reason, he really wanted to make sure that she was very well taken care of, and other people who were close to him were taken care of. Because I believe that we have a $288 million estate. He's got 44 benefactors. Obviously, Corinna is the one who is benefiting the most from this, or getting the most from this. And his brother was going to get $2 million. There was somebody else that was going to get $10 million.
Maxwell.
Yeah, it was Maxwell. Thank you. We're going to get $10 million. So these are all people who were very close to him, very loyal to him, that he was making sure were well taken care of. So I think that basically what this tells me is that these are the people who he's rewarding for keeping his secrets, for keeping the structure, for doing everything that needed to be done to keep his world operating.
And by the way, just to be clear, we don't know for sure why he gave the money to everybody, whether or not it was, like we said, rewards. But it does beg the question, and I'll get into this a little bit more. The government's saying right now, the Department of Justice, there's nobody else to investigate, right? There's going to be no more criminal prosecutions as of right now. when you hear about her, and you hear about the money that he wanted to give her, it didn't work out. I'm going to explain that away. I'll explain it too. I don't know if she's ever been interviewed. I don't know if she's ever been sat for, interrogation.
Not that I've seen. Not that they've been released yet, at least.
By the way, and this is also something to note as well, you put aside the conspiracy theories about what happened to his dad. This 20-minute unrecorded phone call that she had with him the night before he died, so maybe the last person that ever spoke to him, what do you make of that?
I would say that somebody who had intimate knowledge of him, who was in an intimate relationship, who had that final or one of the last phone calls he ever had, to not sit down and interview them, to know find out what they know, it seems a little suspicious to me. It makes you question, why wouldn't you do this? At the end of the day, yes, people want names, people want to know who's implicated in this, but at the center of this, there are a bunch of victims, a bunch of survivors who deserve answers as well. And if for nothing else, this is supposed to be the Department of Justice, the only way they're going to get justice is to have answers, and this woman could have a lot of those answers. So I'm with you. Why not sit her down and at least see what she has to say, do a recorded interview?
And by the way, I know they're still going through the documents. I don't know if there's something to suggest maybe there was some sort of interview with her or some sort of conversation. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe stand corrected. I don't know. But I do want to go through what we seem to know from these financial documents that put Shuliak at the center of the story. So you have this foundational document. It's the Jeffrey Epstein's last will and testament, and I think that funnels the money into the trust. But what I really want to get to is the 1953 trust. So it's the one that names Shuliak. And you have this particular section, and it reads, to Corinna Shuliak, if she survives me, $50 million. In addition, the trustees are directed to purchase an annuity for the benefit of Corinna Shuliak in the amount of $50 million. So that is the headline, $100 million dedicated to her. And then you have this next section, 2.3b, really breathtaking. It lists the specific properties of her. All interest, Zorro Ranch, New Mexico, the island known as Little St. James, the island known as Great St. James, 22 Avenue Fox, Paris, 358 El Rillo Way, Palm Beach, 9 East 71st Street, New York. You know, Justin, these are iconic properties, the islands, the townhouse, the ranch. This has all been under a part of an investigation. Leaving it to her, thoughts?
I mean, it's a lot for somebody in their 30s. I mean, you're talking about millions, tens of $1 million property, maybe more potentially, but I mean, it's a lot, and you have to question, why is everything going to this one person? Why are you not liquidating it? Why are you not having the state to do that? What is the method behind this, or the motive behind giving this woman all of this? There has to be a reason, and I don't even want to speculate what that reason is, because I have no clue. I don't know what's going through the mind of a madman, especially 2 days prior to his death. But it's very interesting, and I think it's one that definitely deserves a question that deserves a little bit more in-depth conversation and research. Conversation with her, perhaps.
Yeah, and apparently there's another section that created a separate multi-million-dollar fund just for her. You wonder if that's to cover maybe operating costs for these states, like taxes, staff, upkeep. But then you go to pages 12 and 13, okay? And there are what seem to be handwritten notes in the margin. So next to the description of that 33-carat diamond ring, the handwritten note says, I had given to Corinna Shuliak in contemplation of marriage in the event the marriage is not consummated. Interesting. Justin, it seemed like it's going to be long.
What?
It does seem that way, and maybe that's part of it. At this point, I haven't seen. Do we have any idea how long he was with her? How long they had been in a relationship?
So I mentioned before that she was in his orbit from 2009. So he'd been. I don't know when they started, if they were on again, off again, but they were basically together for a little bit, seemingly. And she had known him for quite a bit. So it does again, the question about, what did she have access to? Because there's been so much talk about Ghislaine Maxwell, right? So much talk about her being his number two, his associate, his girlfriend. And there's not a lot of talk about Juliet. And I'm not saying, by the way, that she has any knowledge or part of anything that Maxwell or Epstein were up to. But again, this kind of money transfers are interesting.
No, I would agree with you. again, everything at this point is speculation, and it's very strange because things that you would once have said to anybody else, oh, this is just an absolutely wild conspiracy theory. Some of those things are coming out in these documents as apparently truth, and perceived truth, I should say. And so it's kind of hard to even guess what's reality and what's not with some of this, but you almost wonder, I'm trying to do the math, I know she's in her 30s now. If you go back to 2009, she was probably in her late teens, early 20s when they met. And, I almost wonder, was she being groomed to take over this empire for him?
You make a really good point. And by the way, I should tell everybody, all of this money, all of these properties that the Epstein wanted it to go to, including her, didn't work out that way. The money, the properties didn't go. The estate went into a trust, which was used to pay out all the victims, the legal fees, the expenses. The New York Post reporting that now it's just under $130 million that's left. It's all tied up in the U.S. Virgin Island probate courts. I mean, do you know the status of that, Justin?
I mean, probate goes slow, and that's what I heard too, about $127 million still tied up. And that I would imagine it's going to be for a long time as you continue to process through this, as victims come forward and try to, stake their claims, to be compensated for the abuse that they went through. I think that, the odds of her receiving anything, it will be years before she does, if she does at all.
I want to look at a different kind of document now. So these are apparently the emails from Shuliak to Epstein, herself. We have two I want to read. The first is from May of 2012, and it reads, "I love you very much. You will always have me, no matter what, as long as it makes you happy." The second, from June of 2013, says, "You have absolutely ruined me today. Each minute I am struggling to not cry." Justin, sometimes very tough to make sense of what these emails could mean, particularly, you've been going through how many communications and messages. Look at the thing with Peter Attia. I mean, my gosh, you can go back and forth with that. Anything you take away from these kinds of emails? And by the way, so much of this is documented. He had so many communications through email, shared so much through email communication.
So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot through email. And to me, and I want to say to that point for a moment, it's insane to me how many very, very wealthy, powerful people just communicated so nonchalantly with him with some pretty incriminating, verbiage. Like they never thought it would. I mean, I guess I'm sure they never thought it would be seen. But, in my mind, and I know, you're an attorney. In my mind, I always think, well, if I'm going to send this email and it's going to be seen 5 years from now, am I comfortable with what it says? And it's like none of these people who are supposed to be these brilliant, highly intelligent world leaders, businessmen, et cetera, they're all just, emailing these things, and it's just, that kind of blows my mind. Now, to answer your other question, I think, and this is my opinion, I think that what you have is a situation of a young woman he met when she's like 20 years old. He's probably in his 50s or 60s at this point. Again, I'm not doing the math in my head, but I feel that this is a grooming situation. So, you go back to what we saw last year with, the Diddy trial. We'll use this as an example. You saw these women who had great days with him. You would see the emails and the messages when they had great days with him, and you'd see the emails and the messages when they had bad days with him. At the end of the day, Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted predator. We know what he did. There's no question about that. And so I would imagine you have a young woman here trying to make sense of this much older man, this relationship that they're in, that he's kind of pulling the strings on everything, and she's struggling with it. We see that oftentimes in cases like this when you have people with a lot of power and then a much younger dynamic.
We also have this diary entry I got to mention as well. Now, I don't know who this is from, but this is kind of making a lot of headlines too. And we're just talking about the writings, we're talking about communication. And the handwriting is kind of difficult to decipher, but this person writes about feeling like a, quote, human incubator, claims that Epstein talked about creating a superior gene pool. She mentions the pressure to play piano, as well as the reason that she was chosen. You've seen stuff about that, Justin, right? They say
I have.
A secret child or something.
Yeah, there's supposedly, and I believe, don't hold me to this, I believe I saw this morning right before I came on to speak with you, something that where Sarah Ferguson had, congratulated. So
2011 email from Sarah Ferguson, casual congratulatory note. Don't know if you're still on this BBM, but heard from the Duke that you have had a baby boy. Even though you never kept in touch, I still am here with love, friendship, and congratulations on your baby boy, Sarah XX.
So, you know, you look at that and you look at the funding that he was trying to do, you know, allegedly trying to get into as far as my wife and I were actually talking about this because at this point nothing's off the table. It's like, why would you want to have this secret facility? And I said, well, if you're into trafficking children and you can grow your own children that have no record, you know, that's kind of, and I coupled that with another email. I don't know if you saw this one between him and a physician, where this physician, or I believe, well-known, renowned neurologist, I forget his name off the top of my head, gives him a casual hint, and this is going to be disturbing, so I'm sorry. I mean, at least when you look at it in the context. And this physician, this doctor, is saying how babies, newborns, will suck harder on their pacifiers at the sound of their mother's voice. And it's just, that comment alone isn't disturbing, but when you look at it in the context of who it's being sent to, you know, I don't think your mind can help but go to where your mind goes. And so you have all of this stuff where he's now putting himself with babies, you know, like you said, the human incubator thing, with this potential secret facility that he's been wanting to fund. There's just a lot of very, again, strange things that a month ago would have been outlandish conspiracies that are now we're seeing in writing documents being dropped by the Department of Justice.
And him with his fascination with Putin and Russia, videos of his mouth, a video of him chasing around with just a young girl, a picture of, you know, Andrew on top of what appears to be a young girl. It's very hard to make sense of it all and try to have a connective tissue, but given what we know about Epstein, given what we know about Ghislaine Maxwell, a lot of this just appears to be so dark, so sinister, so disturbing on multiple levels. I'll give you the final word, Justin. What else are you going to be looking out for as you continue to go through these documents? And is there anything that you've seen so far that would indicate to you, you know, maybe we talked about maybe having further questions, but is there anything that you see that could potentially justify a prosecution of anybody?
I think it depends. I think with what we've seen now, a prosecution, not necessarily, but an investigation, absolutely. I feel at this point, you know, like you said, we're seeing some very, very dark things coming out of this, things that most people couldn't even comprehend exist until you really look at these. And in my opinion, no matter who the person is, if you were in this man's orbit, a thorough investigation needs to be brought upon you. That's just it. It needs to be looked into. There are real victims. There are child victims. You know, for a nation who, you know, we claim that we want to protect children. Here's your opportunity. Here's some very rich and powerful people, you know, surrounding themselves, you know, or one of the, you know, most notorious pedophiles surrounding themselves with some of the richest, most powerful people in the world. They need to be, this all needs to be scrutinized. Now, again, like you said earlier, like I said, just because you were in his orbit doesn't mean that you committed any illegal activities or knew that illegal activities were happening, but it at least deserves an investigation. That's my opinion.
Justin Shepard, Justin the Nick of Crime. Let everybody know where they can find you. Watch your stuff, because you are fantastic. And again, I've been following your social media for the last week, just trying to stay up to date on some of the biggest updates in this document release. So let everybody know where they can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Justin the Nick of Crime on all social media platforms, and then I also have released a new podcast that started a couple weeks ago called Unheard True Crime in Their Own Words, which you can find on my YouTube, Justin the Nick of Crime, or anywhere podcasts are streamed.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Have a great one.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. We're also up on NBC's Peacock, by the way. Check us out there. If you want to follow me, X, Instagram, check out my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you next time, everybody.
Well, fuck. Breadman made my ass. He did. He kicked my ass all game. Breadman beat my ass. He did. Like, Breadman was actually really good at Diva. He scared me, honestly. I'll be honest. Like, fucking Breadman scared me. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. But Breadman scared me. And I was like, Breadman beat my ass. So we still won, but, you know. Okay, here we go. Gonna start over White Bat Radio. Yeah. We haven't done this in a while. This is some good shit right here. 23,000 people like this shit. Yeah. Oh, it's too loud, huh? I'm starting to turn it down a little bit. There we go. Sorry about that. You guys don't like Sigma? I don't like Ball. That's Sombra. Bam, boom, bam, 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 boom, bam, 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 boom, bam. Did we all die? Oh no, I got fucking hacked. Fuck this shit. Fucking killed him. Yeah, we got him. What? What? How did the Echo kill everybody? She's shot like 4 times. How did she kill our whole team? Fucking annoying. Get on point. This is competitive. I've got to get on point, motherfucker. Well, at least I got one. Fuck. Where are you? You're not getting on point. Get on point. This is defense. We get on point. They won't get on point. They're fucking pussies. Oh, my mic fell. When I die, I'll fix it. Oh, I'll fix it right now. Sorry. My mic fell. Here we go. I fixed it, guys. Sorry about that. There we go. Oh. Competitive. Sorry about that. Please give me a roll, piece of shit cocksucker developer.